Hi, sorry for the delay. Hello, Laser. Hello, Devin. Welcome. So I have a delay because I think I ate too much, and I had to clean everything before. You know, I woke up early today. Actually, no, I didn't wake up early. I mean, I guess I woke up kinda early. But I feel rested today, which is crazy. I usually don't feel rested. I usually feel like it's so over. Hello, Wisepre, welcome. I wake up feeling tired usually, but today I woke up feeling rested because yesterday I went to sleep early and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wake up early and I'm gonna work. Nah, I slept for like 11 hours. So I woke up ready and I was like, you know what, I feel inspired to cook. So I made a whole meal. I made soup. I made a stew. I made rice. And I made a fried fish. And then I ate too much and now I feel tired. Oh yeah, which Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist has the longest win streak in, or top 10 lowest LP wins cases? Oh yeah, Laser, we're gonna see how that works about those videos. I don't think I can watch all of those. Only one per time. I know you have been suggesting these videos that are like blind ranking. So we're gonna rewatch to one of those today. One of those blind ranking. Which, I don't know, I feel like I would like to make my own rankings rather than seeing someone else's ranking. But I guess we get a general idea of what are the usually considered the best episodes. Or the best duels, rather, not the best episodes. So that's what we're gonna do. And the GX and 5D Stack Force, we're gonna do that when we're done with the Duel Links ones. Yeah, that's the plan. Pepper Stove, you're making me hungry. Well, I'm already done. Thank you. Yeah, I know at least one. Huh. Hello, Gonchi. Welcome. Hi. Hola. We're gonna react to some Yu-Gi-Oh videos today. I think we should probably start already. We're already kinda late. How was your sleep? Any dreams? Oh, I don't think I dream. I just like teleported, right? I just like went to sleep and then I was I'm alive now, right? I don't remember anything. What Duel Links related video we're gonna watch today? We're gonna watch the Zexal ones. The Zexal stuff. Alright, let's go. Oh, whoops, that's not the one. Oops, that's not the one. Whoops, that's the one. That's the one. I'm sorry. Alright. We're gonna watch some archetype things.
To a dark hero hellbent on vengeance.
I know people love these videos. We're gonna watch the Vendred one. Hello, Crispy Applesauce. Welcome. Only that one, no more Duel Links related videos. I already said that we're gonna watch the Zexal one. What else do you want? Hello, Simon. Welcome. Alright, chat. This is important. I know people have been enjoying the Duel Link animation ones, but this is not a Duel Links channel, okay? This is not a Duel Links channel, this is a Yu-Gi-Oh channel. And we basically try to do a little bit of everything, right? We talk about the anime, we talk about Master Duel, we talk about Duel Links, we talk about the TCG, the OCG, other things, right? And Yu-Gi-Oh in general, even card games in general. Right? Last time we talked about something like that. Tag Force? Yes, we're gonna do Tag Force in the future. Not right now. Actually, on Wednesday we're playing Legacy of the Duelist. I know some people love that. We're gonna be doing that, Legacy of the Duelist. Then what about Cross Duel? We'll get there when we get there, right? Right? Right now, I'm. This is what we're doing today, right? We're watching what? This Vendred video about the archetype, which could be anywhere. We're gonna watch this new video because it has Chaz in it. I love Chaz. He's my goat. We're gonna see Pokemon player tries Yu-Gi-Oh for a week. We're gonna see this card that was banned, a toxic card that was banned. We're gonna see why pros are quitting Master Duel. I know you hate Master Duel, chat, so this video is for you. What is this? Flute gates, yeah. Flute gates. Would you love that, chat? You love your flute gates. Then what is this? Ranking the duels. Yeah, the from Duel Monsters, and then you know, the thing from the thumbnail. That's the plan. I hope I'm being like transparent with you, chat. I'm letting you know beforehand. No, what do you mean no? No to what, Cyber Horse? Master Duels. Gore, Yu-Gi-Oh! X Monster Negate Flute Gate. Yeah. Flute Gates, Dynamorph Flute Gate. Yeah. No, I understand. At least Dynamorph is more interesting than regular Flute Gates. You know what? You know what, Pablo? Perhaps I treated you too harshly. Hey, Snore Jones a lot. Snore Jones a lot. That's such a funny name. Hi, hello. Should I call you Snore? Welcome. How are you doing? How was your stream? Were you also doing Yu-Gi-Oh related stuff? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Oh, you're an actual like sloth. I need to be very careful with how I pronounce things. Yes, Snore is great. I was playing an old Yu-Gi-Oh game. Oh, which one? Which Yu-Gi-Oh game? I only so far I only played Master Duel, but I'm playing some Legacy of the Duelist later this week. Trials of Glory from 2005. That doesn't sound familiar. Let me see. Let me see. Trials of Glory. Oh yeah, which Yu-Gi-Oh duels lasted the most episodes? Top 10. We wanna see it in the future. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. But thank you. I appreciate it. World Championship to 2005. I've been playing the old one for. I don't think I could go that far back. Trials of Glory. What? Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh thing? Trials of Glory. Oh, from the Game Boy. Wow. Helping me learn because I'm a noob. Oh, well, I don't think going so far back will be helpful to learn the game. Interesting. But you know what? If you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. If you're enjoying it, yeah, that's perfect. But if you want to learn the game, I think you should just jump into like Master Duel or something like Legacy of the Duelist. I don't know. Which is closer to the actual, you know, game. Jinso is still meta? Oh no. Oh no. Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship video game lasted from 2004 to 2011 via Duel Monsters, EX, and 5 days. Dueling Book? Yeah, I guess Dueling Book is better to improve at the game rather than learning the game. I don't know how else to put it. Because Dueling Book is for people that already know the game, right? If you don't know how to play the game, you're gonna be completely lost in Dueling Book because the game doesn't do anything for you. You have to do everything manually. I play that one. You can duel the dog. The dog? Hello, Pyronoa. Which is the dog? Hello, Speedy GX Jolteon. I love that name. But yeah, thank you so much, Snor John Salot for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your community. And also, if you have to, go eat, drink, sleep, anything, feel free to do so. I really appreciate it. Yes, I beat the dog and the cat. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which dog and which cat is in that game? There is random NPCs around the town, and you can duel a dog. That's so funny. What? Uh, Sevens and Garage also has one game each. The latter only being Japanese only. Oh. Interesting that they get their own games. I haven't heard that much about those games that are only about one series. Also, the only one on Steam is, the only one on Steam is Legacy of the Duelist, right? I don't think there is more games, more Yu-Gi-Oh games on Steam. I was looking for them to see what I could play. So for the other ones, I will have to go to some crazy stuff in order to play them. I love retro games right now, so I'm playing other franchise too, like Dragon Ball Z. Oh. Which game? Which Dragon Ball Z game? But I will get to Master Duel someday. I support you. Duel Links? Well, aside from Duel Links and... Okay, so what do we have here? From Yu-Gi-Oh, we have Duel Links, Master Duel, Legacy of the Duelist, and Early Day Collections. Early Days Collection. Okay, so Early Days Collection, I don't see myself playing that, and that's it. There is no more Yu-Gi-Oh games. Everything else is DLC. Hmm. So Variance doesn't have a manga and also a video game. I don't count Legacy of the Duelist because this originally didn't have it. Yeah, they included it in a different version of the game, basically. So Early Days collections have like really old games. What's in this? 14 games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2, Monster Capsule, Dark, Duel Stories, Duel Monster 4, Battle of Great Duelists, Dungeon Dice Monsters, The Eternal Duelist Soul, Duel Monster 6 Expert 2, The Sacred Cards, Red Chef of Destruction, Worldwide Edition, World Championship Tournament 2004, Destiny Board Traveler, Trials of Glory, the Championship Tournament 2005. Elite Collection also have games that are only released in Japan until they came out. Wow. Yeah, I don't see myself playing this. I'm sorry. I'm just not a retro gamer, I guess. I still play Duelist of the Roses. I don't know. I'm interested in that one because it seems very different to everything else. One duel, one card, boo. One duel, one plus one card. Okay. I believe Early Days Collection was on Steam. Yeah, it is on Steam. That's the only one. That and Legacy of the Duelist, only single player games that are there. Reshuffle Destruction, which is a sequel to the Sacred Cards, and it's pretty level grindy, hard, and unfair. Oh yeah, I feel like some old games are like time consumers. Yeah, right. They don't respect your time basically because they made them like extra hard or whatever. Or like it's not like they were extra hard. Some of them feel poorly designed, or maybe I was a kid and I don't know. But it really feels like they are just there to make you waste your time. They are not like player friendly. So yeah, it's hard for me at least to go back to old games. The monsters have type advantages. Oh, so it's just another like extra factor to consider, like in Pokemon. I player Nash in. You play Nash in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links? That's awesome. I don't know what I would play in Duel Links, honestly. I want to say, oh yeah, I would probably play like a Cyber Dragon thing, right? Like Zane. That sounds fun. But I don't think so. I don't know. We'll see how good that is. We'll have to see how good that is. Anyways, chat, we'll start with the reaction already. Wait, before I think we can start an ad break so that we don't get interrupted, so we can skip. What did I say? Skip, dude. What happened to me? Skip. Is it not? Oh yeah, it is. All right. Red eyes like yours. Red eyes. What? 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 Vendred, I think this one is an archetype beast I didn't watch for some reason. Well, we're gonna watch it today. Let me add this. And this here. Should be fine. Don't tell me the link doesn't work. The link works. All right. All right. Archetype Archive Vendred. Let's watch. Well, I love how these videos start like already so with lore and stuff, with like a skit, but also feel like a lot of lore.
Boo, it's me, Shane. Oh, you're really scared right now.
Yeah.
Spooks are going on right now. Boo. You know, it's really scary. Zoinks. Downright spooky, really. You let your guard down, and so I jumped out and I spooked you. It's terrifying. Boo. I don't blame you if you run screaming or fill your pants with defecation as you do. You know, it's normal. It's normal because, you know, I scared you. It's the time of year. It's Halloween.
Where are we going with this? Shape Snatch. Is this meant to be like a Halloween? Yeah, I guess it is. It was meant to be a Halloween video.
When you get scared by those sorts of things. Pumpkins. Boo.
The Vendred archetype has by far my favorite lore out of any group of cards in the game. A Resident Evil and Spawn inspired story about a zombie outbreak in a metropolitan area, which
Resident Evil and Spawn at the same time?
in some way leads to the passing of the main character's loved one, turning him into a dark hero hellbent on vengeance, tearing through the city's zombie hordes and finally taking on the leader of the invasion, becoming even more powerful in the process, leading to a bittersweet battle with the corrupted body of the person he lost that sadly results in his own demise as well, but he rests in peace knowing that his mission was fulfilled.
I'm surprised that people don't talk that much about it. I feel like this is like I've heard about this like for what, like 20 seconds, and in 20 seconds I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. This is the coolest thing ever. Why does no one talk about this? People like barely mention this, but nobody plays it. Hello, Jungmaker. I mean, only in the NR format, right? But I've never seen anyone actually try to play this.
Which only makes it all the more infuriating that the archetype itself is a load of corpse drippings. Let's check out exactly why, shall we? Vendreads, very closely associated by name to something completely different, were a series of TCG exclusives released in batches of 4 to 5 cards over the span of 4 sets, alongside the arguably just as unimpressive FAs. As a classic victim of the post-2014 zombie archetype overbalancing epidemic, we'll be looking at them in release
Toho mentioned
disorder just to try and replicate the growing despair of nothing good coming out of this initially promising deck and seeing which variants came the closest to being considered decent. We start off with Vendread Hound Horde, a level 3 dark zombie with 0 attack and 2100 defense, and if this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one Vendread card, special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use the effects of Vendread Hound Horde once per turn. A Vendread monster ritual summon using this card on the field gains the following effect. Once per turn during either player's turn, you can target one spell or trap card your opponent controls, banish it. Barring
weak effect. What?
the untapped horror comedy potential of a zombie basset hound, Hound Horde doesn't have much to offer. It does, however, outline the basic premise of the Vendread Pringles. One recursion related effect and one effect it gives to the ritual monster using it as material from the field. Emphasis being on the field. While the effect inheritance gimmick is cool in theory, and is something I wish had been experimented with more in other summoning mechanics, except this one, the fact that
inherited effects. That's sad. Wait, that's not what they do? I don't remember that. That's what they do? Are all cards like this? Because that sounds amazing. That's like the Digimon card game, right? It's old and people like their toxic jury between witches more than zombies. Yeah, I guess. I mean, but like Vendread, John Vendread, right? The guy from the cover. It's meant to be like a superhero, and people like superheroes, right?
that your materials have to be on the field for it to apply is one of the deck's major downsides. Not only do you have to commit to wasting your normal summon and heavily setting up the field just to give some removal options to your ritual monster, but the majority of these inherited effects are also fairly underwhelming. The one on Hound Horde is decent, far from necessary, but it's a nice bonus if you're running the card. It also has a tolerable recursion effect, giving you some graveyard setup while frantically attempting to maintain field presence. Aside from its level, which can be annoying when ritual summoning higher level monsters, Hound Horde is among the better Vendreads. Now let's move on so I don't have to stumble over the word Hound Horde anymore. The other low-level monster introduced in the first batch is Vendread Revenants. If you think the names are a bit tricky so far, just wait until we get to the back row. It's a level 4 with 1800 attack and 200 defense, and if this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card by battle or card effect and sent to your graveyard, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use the following effect of Vendread Revenants once per turn. A Vendread monster ritual summon using this card on the field gains this effect. Once per turn during either player's turn, you can target one special summon monster your opponent controls, banish it.
Wait, these are good effects. These are good effects, right?
You might have noticed a slight difference between the card's actual effect text and the way I'm reading it, and the reason for this is that the official text awkwardly puts the once per turn limit after the effect inheritance clause instead of the recursion ability. I understand it was done to convey that both the recursion and the effect inheritance are hard once per turn, even though I don't see a reason for the latter given that the effects are already once per turn, but because it's worded pretty awkwardly along with making Vendreads the only group of cards in the game using the word preceding, I'll continue to simplify it. To add further confusion to the mix, Revenants are the only Vendread monster whose recursion effect is not a hard once per turn, but given that you'll never have more than one of them on the field at a time, it's really not relevant. Anyway, Revenants have a much more solid removal effect, at the cost of their recursion ability being abysmal. It's extremely rare that you'll be leaving the low-level Vendreads out in the field during the opponent's turn, and even if you did, it would most likely be a cakewalk for them to destroy Revenants again and get rid of them for good. Quick targeting.
I feel like I'm not reacting to this, dude. I feel like I'm just listening. I'm trying to process everything. I honestly don't know where we're going with this.
Special summon monster sounds pretty sick, but it's essentially the only monster removal option the deck has besides 2 trap cards that are generally not ran in most builds. You wanna run it for the level and the inherited effect, but generally not more than one. Unless zombie girls are your thing. I mean, on a case-to-case basis, their first ritual monster is Revendread
Right, that's
Slayer.
the guy, John Vendread. John Vendrade.
The re in front of the name means he's a good guy, cause that's the moniker they decided to go with, I guess, at the cost of slight confusion. It's a level 6 ritual with 2400 attack and 0 defense, and you can ritual summon this card with any Vendrade ritual spell. Once per battle, if this card battles an opponent's monster, during damage calculation, you can banish one zombie monster from your graveyard. This card gains 300 attack. If this ritual summoned card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one ritual spell from your deck to your hand, and if you do, send one Vendrade monster from your deck to the graveyard. You can only use this effect of Vendrade Slayer once per turn. See, the first sign of trouble wasn't just the on-field requirement for the effect inheritance, it was also the god-awful ritual monster. It is pretty baffling how this type of card was made in late 2017. Banishing zombies from your graveyard for that pathetic, although admittedly permanent boost wouldn't be that bad in theory, if banishing them had some immediate benefits as opposed to just being a hefty cost which you may or may not compensate for later. Besides, Vendrades already banished themselves enough even without Slayer's interference, but it's appreciated that you can use any zombie monster as cost. The floating effect is actually pretty decent, but given how underwhelming this archetype's plays are, it most likely won't result in any solid comebacks.
I understand the archetype. Do I need to watch the whole video? Oh no. I kind of feel like not watching the whole video. I feel like I already get the idea. Alright, let's go for the next one. Well, it won the champion of, yeah, it was the best one. Let's look at misprint card. Misprint? That's such an interesting thing to say. Cool video. I'm gonna finish it because I feel like I'm not reacting to it. Hold on, do we go to this? I need something to talk about. Okay, this is perfect to talk about something.
This card single-handedly ended the finals of a 1000%.
Okay. Sorry, chat. I feel like I'm not reacting to that one. So that I'm just like listening. So maybe that's the video to watch. Like how long it was. It was like 20 minutes, and we were like 4 minutes in, and I didn't say absolutely anything. So we probably want something to actually talk about and you know, make actual like content instead. Like I feel bad when I'm not saying anything. I'm supposed to be reacting, but I'm just sitting here, right? So yeah. Search up if Yu-Gi-Oh was made by EA. Okay, hold on. That actually sounds interesting. How long is that video? If Yu-Gi-Oh was made by... Okay, let's... Okay. Okay, you know what? You got me. Alright, let's watch this one first.
Just what I needed.
Was that a PP? Oh yeah.
Just what I needed.
This is from 8 years
I
ago.
tribute summon Dark Magician in attack position. Destroy his battle ox. And with that, I end my turn. It's over, Kaiba. Not so fast, you.
Dude, the voice acting on point. That's amazing. That's amazing.
I draw. With this card, victory will be mine. Oh, don't tell me it's the Blue Eyes White Dragon. No. Oh no, then it must be the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. Nuh-uh. No, it's the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. No, Yugi. It's
the clown. It has to be the clown, right?
even worse. I activate my credit card.
Oh, I see. I understand the concept of the video now. I don't know why it took me so long to understand what this video was about, but now I get it.
My credit card to recover 4,000 life points. What? You can't do that.
Stay sweet. Why? We just won. Like it's like Raz effect. Wait, that's amazing.
What? You can't do that. Screw the rules. I have loot boxes. But I then open 1,000 booster packs and replace my entire deck with premium cards. But how? I then activate my pre-order bonus. I gain 10,000 bonus life points, and it also
I'm
gives me
sorry.
not one, not
The pre-order bonus is something that I wasn't expecting at all.
2, but 5 blue eyes white dragons at the beginning of the duel! You're fucked, Yugi! How could this possibly get worse? This loot box has a 0.2% chance of giving me all 5.
Hold on. Yeah, I guess it
Parts
is.
to summon the Forbidden One! With that, you don't stand a chance, Yugi! Give me that. Come on. No, I already have 5 copies of this! You think this was rigged or something?
One would think so, right?
I summon right hand of the Forbidden One! Wait, what? I didn't get the other parts, okay? My bank account is empty. I end my turn. You may have money,
Me with the master packs? You're so funny.
Kaiba, but you forget one thing. I have my friends. You got him, Yug. They believe in me, and with their power combined, we will defeat you. Yeah, sure, whatever.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Ow! Ow! I have money! I have loot boxes! You can't defeat me!
They should have done that in the actual show. That's way better. I erase. Dude, why did it took me so long to realize that is gonna absolutely mute the video? Anyways, cool video, very funny. I've never seen it before. That was a jump scare. A packed jump scare. Okay, let's actually watch this now. Pepper. One thing we'll do when you finish the summon animation, I will post the ones that are missing, which are from Duel Monster and one from Sexual. Oh yeah, I would really appreciate it if like you want to do that. That would be amazing. I would really appreciate it. I will watch everything that I'm missing. Hello, Rotting Corpse. Welcome. You watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Trivia videos? Yu-Gi-Oh! Trivia. I would rather be questioned on it rather than actually watch a video of all people reacting to them. I think that would be more interesting. So let me cook. Is this a Cyberstein video? Yes. Let's watch it. Why this insanely toxic card was emergency banned. Let's watch.
This card single-handedly ended the finals of a 1,000-person tournament in less than 10 minutes. David Rodriguez was able to do this exact feat in 2006.
But this is an old video, and I'm sorry, I know this is like out of like, it doesn't matter, but he has such a much better background now. I'm sorry, I just had this is from a year ago, but you can already see the production level has increased.
Rodriguez was able to do this exact feat in 2006 for the Shonen Jump Championship in San Jose. But before we dive
San Jose, where is San Jose? Is that in Costa Rica? Well, I don't think it matters.
Championship in San Jose. But before we dive into the details, we gotta rewind a little bit and talk about the context. Cyberstein is a monster that has a lot of history.
Dude, like, I'm sorry, but have you...
And talk about the context. Cyberstein...
This looks like a made-up card. I know this card, right? Obviously, it's a really old card, so I already know about it, right? And I already kind of know the point of the video. The thing is, like, you read this card and it sounds made up. You can pay 5,000 life points to special summon one fusion monster from your extra deck in attack position. That's it. Free monster. Whichever you want. That sounds made up, right? Like what? 5,000 LP? Do you think that's San Jose is in California? Oh, my bad. San Jose is in Mexico? Wait. I feel like I'm getting like a mixed signals. I guess there is a San Jose in California, and there is also a San Jose in Mexico and in Costa But like, yeah, I don't know which YCS was we're talking about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Is a monster that has a lot of history. This Frankenstein-esque monster might only have a measly 500 attack points, but his effect makes up for what he lacks. His ignition effect allows you to pay 5,000 life points to special summon out any fusion monster from your extra deck without
You can summon Koala? Wow.
having to fuse with its materials. So you can literally just cheat out the biggest fusion monster of your choosing. Now, if you played any of the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games back in the day, like Eternal Duelist Soul, or any of the World Championship Series games,
Can't relate.
you might recall that some NPCs in the game, like Seto Kaiba, actually uses Cyberstein to cheat out his ace monster, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, as early as turn 1. It's also one of the most expensive cards in the history of the
Dice to Mirror Force. I don't know what to tell you. What is this? What is this? Is this dollars? Is this US dollars? Is this 25k US dollars?
entire game. To give some context, the card actually sold for 7.
Wait, no, the C is Canadian, right? Canadian dollars? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much that is. I'm sorry.
$1,000 back in the day, which with
All right, well, okay, this is US dollars. Okay, 20,000 US dollars.
inflation is equivalent to a lot of money, especially when you factor in that the majority of the player base was like 7 or 8 year olds at the time. So like
Look at the cute cat. Look at the cat. With the eyes and everything. That's so funny. Yeah, it used to be a prize card only. It was super expensive. Yeah, I can totally see that.
no one had money, and $7,000 is obviously a lot of money. Now, Cyberstein was originally quite rare, being the first ever Shonen Jump prize card that was only awarded to the winners of the largest tournaments at the time. We're talking about tournaments with hundreds or thousands of people, and you can literally only lose once in the entire tournament if you wanted to make top 8 and win the entire thing. So it's a little ironic that Cyberstein won the very tournament that once gave himself out as a prize card for first place. But by the time that this deck won the Shonen Jump Championship, it was already a couple of years later when the prize card had changed because they rotated the prize cards every year, and Cyberstein had long been reprinted and was available to the general public. Previously, there wasn't really any Cyberstein decks because getting a copy of the card was nearly impossible. There also just weren't that many good fusion monsters to summon out, but literally a month after Cyberstein was reprinted, they came out with a set called Cybernetic Revolution.
Ah, that's when Yu-Gi-Oh was ruined, right? that's when Yu-Gi-Oh was ruined forever. Yeah, they made the guy. Was this before the Cyber Dragon came out? I think I heard something about it, that they released Cyber End Dragon before Cyber Dragon, or something. Is that it? Is that what we're talking about here? I don't remember.
Which included some crazy powerful fusion monsters that actually made Cyberstein worth taking a look at. This was in the form of Cyber End Dragon, a whopping 4,000 attack fusion monster who dealt piercing damage, as well as the dreaded Cyber Twin Dragon, a monster with 2,800 attack who could attack twice for a whopping 5,600 attack. Players quickly came to the realization that you could combine these fusion monsters alongside Cyberstein with cards like Megamorph, which was an equipped
If your life points are lower than your opponent's, the original attack of the equipped monster with this card is double. Oh, that's what you were saying in chat. If your life points are higher, the original attack is half. Oh, wait. That's huge. That's a lot of damage.
spell that doubled your monster's attack as long as your life points were lower than your opponent's. This was made pretty easy, especially after you paid the 5,000 life point cost for Cyberstein in the first place. And of course, all of these decks played limiter removal, a quick play version of Megamorph that doubled the attack of all machine monsters you controlled, but destroyed them in the end phase. It was already limited on the ban list. Does anyone have
Imagine a 16,000 damage monster with piercing damage. That's crazy, right?
A Phantom of Yubel for trade for my Yubel deck?
Phantom of Yubel? Bro, you don't need no Phantom of Yubel. No. What you need to be trading for is a brand new shirt. Bro, if you're gonna show up to a tournament, your drip is a big deal. You can't show up looking like this.
I mean,
All right. I know this is an ad, and this is an important question, Chad. How do you dress when you go to a tournament? Because I've never gone to an IRL tournament, right? So I don't know. Do you like think about it, or do you just go like as you regularly dress? or do you need to pick your fanciest drip, right? Do you go to something that will maybe, I don't know, intimidate your opponent, or do you use something that to kind of throw off your opponent so they don't suspect what you're playing, right? They see your shirt and it's, oh, this guy is probably into some malice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I was on pajamas the last tournament. Yeah, button shirt with, I don't know how to pronounce that. Cookies? Cookies? Wait, Pepper, have you seen GX Season 4? What? We're watching a video. What the hell? I go new to assert dominance. Yeah, I think so, right? Interesting. All right, let's keep watching.
I guess if it's that bad, I could go buy one.
All right, tell you what, let me take a look at your binder. I actually have a couple of shirts in my car, and yeah, I can give you a good deal. I'll hook you
For
up.
the binder,
Okay, cool.
for the cards in the
Wanna
binder,
take a look
in the
at my
binder.
end binder?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at what you got. Oh, damn. You know what? I guess I could. Yeah, we could do it for a maxi. I mean, oh man, this card's banned. I can't really use it, but Mans needs a shirt. So what can you do?
You go with your Dynamorphia contra Regina t-shirt, and then nobody will suspect anything, right? That's so funny.
Yeah, let's do it for the 3 maxis. This actually looks really cool. Thanks, man. I've been trying to get rid of those maxis for a while. I'm glad I got a good deal for them.
If you guys want some awesome graphic style shirts for summer, definitely check out intotheam.com. They're having a site-wide sale right now for 30% off, and if you use the code SQUIDDIES or click on my link below in the description, you'll get an additional 10% off. This meant that is
Me wearing my Luna Light Liger Dancer shirt only to play Branded Recotail. No, that sounds amazing. See, that sounds amazing. Yeah. You go with your Kaiba suitcase, briefcase, your Kaiba briefcase, and then you're playing Tenpai. Yeah.
as long as your opponent had a blank board, you could normal summon Cyberstein, pay 5,000 life points, summon out either Cyber Twin Dragon or Cyber End Dragon, and attach a whopping huge Megamorph to it to double its attack, dealing well over 8,000 points of damage in one single turn, which was very, very rare and hard to do back in the day when Yu-Gi-Oh was nothing but normal summon monsters and beat down. And if for some reason you were not able to end the duel on the spot with your fusion monster, there were other support cards that helped your cause. For example, Ring of Destruction was a card that was a staple in basically every deck. With the Odorata, of course, it allowed you to target any monster on the field, blow it up, and deal that much damage to both players' life points. Then there was also Poison of the Old Man, a quick play spell card that either burned your opponent for 800 damage, much like Ukazi, or even replenished your own life points by 1200, meaning if you had multiple copies of this, you could theoretically activate a second copy of Cyberstein again. Now you might be curious, back in the day there were not
Would people do that? Like, those cards are not searchable, but I guess the game was way slower at the time. full on Kaiba cosplay and then pull out Yami. So true.
any hard set combos or archetypes, so how the heck would you get Cyberstein to your hand beyond hard drawing it? Well, there are actually a couple of ways you could creatively search this card directly from your deck and add it to your hand when you want it. Sangan was an extremely busted monster from back in the day that allowed you to search your deck for any monster with 1500 or less attack, aka Cyberstein, by sending it from the field to the graveyard. And of course, you could use your trap cards like Torrential Tribute or Ring of Destruction to pop your own Sangan and then add Cyberstein from your deck to your hand. Mystic Tomato also allowed you to dig for Sangan or Cyberstein when it was destroyed by battle. And Last Will was surprisingly unbanned at the time. This was an extremely busted spell card that literally lets you special summon a monster with 1500 or less attack directly from your deck if a monster was already sent to the graveyard during this turn. But they quickly banned this card because it was just way too broken to search your deck for any monster and special summon it to the field. Back to the story, David Rodriguez did this exact thing with his Cyberstein deck in order to maximize dealing as much damage.
How old is this person?
possible in the shortest amount of time. And his deck also played Giant Trunade to wipe his opponent's back row, so Cyberstein was protected. Cards like Level Limit Area B and Gravity Bind could also stall out the game before
my
assembling
favorite.
enough pieces to go for the combo. And one of the most quirky beast creatures of the era was none other than Nimble Momonga, a monster who allowed you to gain 1,000 life points when he was destroyed, and special summon out 2 more subsequent Nimble Momongas to do the exact same thing for you, giving you a net gain of 3,000 life points. Now, one thing to note is that Chain
This sounds like what a lame way to play the game. But you have to do what you have to do. What can I say?
Burn was a popular deck around that time, and unfortunately, if you're playing a deck that pays a chunk of your life points, you're basically doing most of the work for your opponent. Now, with this in mind, he actually took a transformative smokescreen side deck that changed the entire concept of the deck for Game 2 and Game 3, especially against Chain Burn. His side deck was actually composed of burn cards specifically, swapping out the Cyberstein engine for Chain Burn, so he could literally play Chain Burn post side and try to beat his opponent at their own game. Having cards like Poison of the Old Man alongside Magic Cylinder already in the main deck contributed to the strategy as well. Now, it's important to note that back in the day, SJC tournaments only took top 8 cut instead of top 32 or top 64 that we have today in our YCS or WCQ tournaments. In top 8 with his Cyberstein deck, David Rodriguez faced off against Jeffrey Fizicaro, who was playing Chain Burn, which was basically a nightmare matchup for Cyberstein and probably lost like 9 times out of 10. But
To burn them before they can summon stuff? That's so funny. Like, do you really need to do that? Or am I missing something? I think I might be missing something because there is no way it's only that, right?
Somehow he got really lucky and was able to clinch out Game 1 before losing Game 2 and barely squeaking out a win in Game 3 by using his transformative side deck to Chain Burn the Chain Burn player. From there, in his top 4 match, he faced off against Gerard Ramirez, who he actually had a draw with thanks to Ring of Destruction. Yeah, back in the day, there were a lot of draws because Ring of Destruction actually can burn both players' life points to 0 at the same time with the old errata, so it was not super uncommon to see up to 4 or even 5 games played through a match that's typically a best of 3. Now, the finals is where things get interesting, and literally this match did not last for even 10 minutes. Here, David faced off against his teammate, Mario Matu, who was playing a Chaos Monarch deck that made usage of cards like Zaborg the Thunder Monarch or Mobius the Frost Monarch, together with cards like Dekoichi the Battle Chanted Locomotive, who
What is this card? This card looks so funny. It's like Thomas. Draw 1 card, then draw 1 additional card for each face-up Bokoichi. Wait, the frightening card? Oh, so that's a different one. Huh. Evil Thomas.
allowed you to draw a bunch of cards before using it as a free tribute summon for a monarch. He was also playing one lone copy of Cyberstein in the main deck because this was easily searchable off of Sanguine, so you did have the opportunity to go for a game, you know, whenever it came up. But unfortunately, as fate would have it, his deck did not draw very well. And in turn 1, despite winning the die roll, Mario had nothing but to set a spell or trap card and pass, followed by David summoning a Sanguine and setting a Ring of Destruction to his back row. On the following turn, Mario set another spell or trap card to his back row, and in the end phase, Ring of Destruction was flipped to pop Sanguine, allowing David to search for Cyberstein. The gears were now in motion, and they accelerated next turn because David activated Giant Trunade to get rid of the 2 back row that were in his path, before normal summoning Cyberstein, paying 5,000 life points, summoning out the Cyber End Dragon, and attacking for game after activating Limiter Removal to double his attack to a...
This Limiter Removal is so funny, dude. I love this. This card is... This old art, I need it in my life. It's so good.
1,000 damage. Game 2 didn't go any better for Mario because he opened with a T set and passed. David looked at his hand and then back at Mario, and with a grin on his face, he said, "Sorry, Mario," before activating Giant Trunade, normal summoning Cyberstein, bringing out Cyber End Dragon, and equipping it with both Megamorph to double its attack, as well as a copy of United We Stand to give it a further 1,600 attack boost. And because Cyber End Dragon does piercing damage, all he had to do was swing for game over whatever the heck Mario had set to deal well over 8,000 damage. Literally winning the Shonen Jump Championship in a mere 3 turns, and the elusive Shrink prize card that was...
Okay. To be fair, like 3 turns sounds like, oh, that's just 3 turns. But right now, it's 1 turn. It's 1 turn, and sometimes it's not even the turn of the person who wins.
given out to the champion at the time. Now, one thing to note is that this was not the first time Cyberstein OTK was seen in a tournament. In fact, 4 months prior to this, Corey Fabish actually won SJC Hamilton with a Cyberstein OTK deck as well. And since then, there had been some Cyberstein OTKs sneaking into Top Cut, but nobody really respected it, especially with the prevalence of Chain Burn being such a bad matchup for the deck. But after Yu-Gi-Oh! R&D at Upper Deck saw that the match ended in less than 10 minutes, they took drastic action and emergency banned Cyberstein within the next week. And fun fact,
I don't understand. Like, the people didn't know. Like, it just. Well, I'm missing on the timeline. See, where's this deck? Like the cybernetic revolution just started, and then 5 days later this happened, or what? I don't get it. Because these cards didn't like come out, right? The only thing that made a difference was Cyber and Dragon. Is that it? And then they decided to ban it because people started using it? No.
because this was the year 2006, not everyone had a smartphone. In fact, basically no one had a smartphone. So not everyone knew that Cyberstein was actually banned, and some players even showed up to their locals a couple of days before Christmas with a Cyberstein deck before being notified that, hey, you can't use Cyberstein anymore, it's been banned. But this wasn't.
Okay, I never considered that. That is so interesting. That is so interesting. I assume that people who frequent card game stores will know, right? Because everyone will be talking about it, I think.
The last time we'd see our fine Frankenstein friend, because 13 years later, on January 2019, they actually unbanned Cyberstein and brought it back to 1 on the ban list. And players quickly realized that there was a lot to be done with Cyberstein after nearly 15 years of the card's conception, and the fact that there were a lot more powerful fusion monsters in the game's card base. Fun, degenerate FTKs that involve Cyberstein and Telekinetic Power Cell, an equip spell that equipped only to a psychic monster that prevented you from paying life points to fulfill a cost of a monster effect.
Oh,
so by
I
using
remember
cards
this.
like DNA Surgery or Reproducus, you could change the type of Cyberstein to become Psychic before searching for Telekinetic Power Cell, equipping it to Cyberstein, and special summoning out an infinite number of fusion monsters.
Yeah, I remember this. This is so funny.
And bypassing the cost to pay 5,000 life points, so you could spam your entire extra deck of fusion monsters onto the table. But these type of FTK combos were rather gimmicky and required a lot of setup and a lot of bricks to play, so they
it's like you have to be very lucky in order to make that work.
weren't really competitively viable. What really made Cyberstein a valuable card was the fact that fusion monsters like Naturia Exterio existed in the game. Naturia Exterio allows you to banish a card from your graveyard and send the top card of your deck to the graveyard to negate any spell or trap card activation, and this was not once per turn. So special summoning out Exterio with Cyberstein was pretty high impact. And although it wasn't a super consistent card that was included into every deck, it was still annoying enough where they determined, hey, we probably can't leave this card running around rampant, because when a deck is able to play this card, it always ends up in a degenerate combo FTK or a crazy end board. There were also other fusion monsters like Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, Millennium Eyes Restrict, which protected you from hand traps that discarded themselves to the graveyard, or even cards like the Last Warrior from Another Planet that prevented your opponent from summoning monsters.
I'm starting to think about how this will also impact the. What's the new card? No, it's not new. Metamorphosis. No, it's a similar card, but it's not for free because at least you have to have a monster with the same level, right? Of you want to summon. So I think it's more fair.
So yeah, you basically beat down your opponent just with one single card summoned off of Cyberstein. Not to mention the fact that this card was randomly level 2, so it comboed well with cards like Sprite Elf, which was a generic link monster that allowed you to resurrect Cyberstein back from your graveyard. And in decks like Tearlaments, you could easily search for Cyberstein by milling a huge chunk of your deck before linking off into Sprite Elf and bringing back the Cyberstein with Elf's effect, paying 5,000 life points, and special summoning out Naturia Exterio to strengthen your end board even further. So yeah, that's basically the story of how Cyberstein was one of the most busted cards ever conceived and ended the finals of the Shonen Jump Championship in literally less than 10 minutes. What do you guys think? Is this iconic card something that could maybe come back off of the ban list just so you can have some fun with it? Also, what do you guys think about this style video? Let me know in the comments below. Drop a like if you haven't already. Video. Other than that, I'll see you guys next video. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Bye-bye.
A lot of things to talk about, definitely, with this
General public.
with this card. Such a funny card. Yeah. Cyberstein is pretty good card. I don't know if it's played nowadays. I think I saw it. I don't remember if this is banned right now in Master Duel, but I saw a replay of precisely what he mentioned, right? That you turn it into a psychic monster and then you summon a lot of stuff with it because you don't have to pay LP and you can turn that into an FTK somehow. Yeah, I remember this. Very funny card. Alright, chat. What's going on?
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're
Oh yeah, Laser, I think it was you, right? About the GX thing. Don't worry, I know it's a duel from season 4. I watched season 4 like a long time ago and I don't remember anything.
tweet that I saw from Ryan.
Don't worry about it, I think it's worth it. I already know how that duel ends anyways.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're gonna be
Metamorphosis getting unbanned next week in Master Duel? Yes. I think it's this week. Actually. Pretty sure it's this week. Why pros are quitting Master Duel? Wait, why did I say like that? Why pros are quitting Master Duel? Let's watch.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're gonna be talking about a tweet that I saw from Ryan-san, aka Ryan Yu. You can follow him on X at CarmanoRai, and
let's see the tweet. They say you should be grateful for new experiences. Thank you to Cool Tune for making me want to quit Master Duel for the first time. Is Cool Tune really that bad? In Master Duel? I don't think so. Maybe I'm biased because the decks that I play are not that bad against Cool Tune. But honestly, I haven't had any issues with Cool Tune to the point that it seems annoying. Like, to me, there are a lot of decks that feel more annoying than this. Maybe because I'm just, I don't know. Or maybe people are not trying it. When Cool Tune came out, I instantly tried to build it and play it and learn it. I don't know if like, but this is a pro. I don't know this guy, right? But this is a pro, so I guess they know what they are talking about. Maybe I'm just dumb.
it said, "Thank you to Q-Tune for making me want to quit Master Duel for the first time, and honestly, I get it completely." Today we're going to be talking about why Q-Tune is one of the most miserable decks to play against in recent memory, and I'm going to be breaking out exactly what makes it so unfun, because I don't think it's just like a deck is strong kind of conversation. There's something simply awful about this one in particular, so let's kind of jump right into it, right? So
really, I'm really surprised, right? I was watching Josh Smith and he talks about all the time about Cool Tune feels fun and not toxic at all, so it's all an opinion. Yeah, to me, like, really, like, Cool Tune doesn't seem like, I mean, it's obviously really good, right? But and fun, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, it, to me, like, I love it every time that I play against a Cool Tune player, like, because when I see someone and they are playing something like Man, they are playing I don't know, like Orcus, they are playing Mitsurugi with something, they are like, that's not fun, right? I don't know, I feel like Cool Tune is interactive, and that's what is fun for me. I don't know what people consider fun in this game.
So the first thing is the deck doesn't really feel fair at all.
Doesn't feel fair. Okay.
Let's talk about what it feels like to play against Q-Tune, right? And I think that tweet kind of like talks about it already, or hinted at it. It's not that the deck is, you know, strong or good at all. Plenty of decks are good in general. It's just that when you play against it, it feels like you almost have like no agency of sorts.
No agency. Interesting. Cool Tune gets hand knowledge, sees you're on striker, summons Rose Whip and negates protecting it. That hasn't happened to me, I guess. Maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe I just got lucky. It's the same shit that Draco Tail, that you have to ask permission. What? No, I mean, Draco Tail also seems fun to play against, right? Draco Tail is interactive. Do people not like interactions?
And when you sit against that type of deck or Q-Tune in general, or there just feels like you have no chance. Usually, like there's some sort of chance when you go second. There's like a hand trap of some sorts. You have like a way to interact with your opponent. You might have way to play into the board. With Q-Tunes, it feels like none of that really matters because the deck is so resilient at playing through hand traps. It's also very consistent. So once you get the steam rolling, it's just GG's. And that kind of feeling of where you're doing, you can't really do anything, I think is what makes people want to quit. And I definitely want...
No. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm out of my lane here. Disagreeing with the pro, obviously. But it's like what makes me want to quit is when I floodgates. That's what makes like instantly want to surrender. This is not a real thing. Hand knowledge is honestly the only part that annoys me about Cooltoon. I don't see it. I don't see it as an issue.
To reemphasize that this isn't really something new in Yu-Gi-Oh! Every format definitely has like their problem child, their problem deck per se, but I think Q-Tune has reached a point in game design where it's not just strong, it's demoralizing. And those are kind of like two very different things. I think that a deck could be strong without having to be like that degenerate. And I think that's where we are with this deck right now, and that's not really a good place for the game to be, right? So first, let's talk about the consistency, right? The deck is super consistent. So
yeah,
every deck's had like usually some, like all the top decks, like maybe some sort of have like consistency issues, but this is a deck that kind of like when it finds its pieces, it does the same game plan every single time and ends on a board that doesn't look that menacing, but it's pretty much GG's instantly just because looking at the hand is just like a real problem.
But isn't that what Malice used to be, or even is at this point? That if you have limited interactions that you can do against Malice, and then Malice just keep summoning guys, right? Summoning cybers and more and more and more, and then ends with a board of like 4 or 5 negates, and then what do you do, right? Like you just activate the negates at the right time, which is, in my opinion, easier to do than playing Cooltoon, right? Even when you have the information.
So there's honestly very few variants. Sometimes like your opponent might have like super polys and stuff, but realistically, guys, like you're gonna name like a bunch of cards like super poly, dark really no more, all these sort of breaker type cards that the deck honestly can set up its board to kind of play around, which I talk about in my Q2 masterclass if you guys haven't checked it out already. And usually like in Yu-Gi-Oh, like you do want some sort of variance where the guy going second has a chance. Q2 just makes it impossible to go second into the deck. So
you know what's the funny part? I feel like most of my victories against Cooltoon have been in turn 0, right? I go second, but that turn number 2 doesn't come, right? It just ends in their own first turn, right? Well, I play K9 Vanquisol, and sometimes you just destroy 2 or 3 things. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's kind of like an issue. And so yeah, the hand look is just like the biggest real problem. I think like the most broken part of the whole deck, where I feel like a lot of people, I think like if the Q-Tune Rotary just removes the effect like the hand, but if you get the effect to add, I think that makes the game a lot more meaningful. A lot of the cards, I don't even know why they started putting more cards just to look at people's hands in general. I think that like doesn't make sense. Like even RB has a way to look at the hand, Roy looks at the hand, Rory looks at the hand. We have to stop letting people look at people's hand, guys. No more.
I don't know. Malice engine was strong, but non-engine it was backed by that made it crazier. Yeah, but I'm talking about the that's what happens when the engine is just that good, right? To be honest, I feel like the Cooltoon Mirror, it's actually better to go second most of the time. Yeah, interesting. I actually don't know about that one, but yeah, it could be.
More peeping under the hood, all right? But just think about what this means when they look at your hand. If they're even semi-competent, they know every card you have before you even get to play. all the hand traps you're holding, all the outs to their board, and how they should be playing and navigating around it. While you might argue that is a difficult thing to learn, right? You know, there's gonna be multiple guys, multiple videos. Like, there's after a while, like, people will get accustomed, they will get better, and they'll know exactly what to do to play around all the cards you have. So while it is like, you know, there is some sort of skill you can argue in like setting up the perfect board or setting up the perfect things to do against your opponent's hand, I think that like it almost makes the game feel kind of like solitaire. You just kind of go first.
That's solitaire. That's the same with Dracotail Mirror and Lunalight Mirror. It's better to go second in this. Really interesting.
Play your entire turn out and then do your thing, and you know their hand is so like, yep, I guess they can't beat me, which I think is kind of toxic. I think like that element of surprise is what makes the game interesting. The element of being able to read your opponent's hand or like make the right play based on like these judgment calls. I think that's what makes the game interesting. So being unable to do that and having that hidden information is like, you know, just I think it's a core piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like having like, you know, trying to figure out knowledge, trying to figure out what your opponent can have. I think that's a key integral part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And so like the hand, your sets, all that stuff, your top decks are supposed to be a secret in my opinion. And the moment that gets taken away, I feel like the dynamic of the game kind of shifts.
All right, I understand that. That makes sense, actually. I can agree with that. Like, the point of the game basically is not knowing what the opponent can play, right? And is previous knowledge more than the knowledge that you actually you can get during the game. So I can see that why that will be like a type of card that people won't enjoy, right? I guess so. I guess that makes sense.
So yeah, I think the deck could definitely be more balanced. I think it's actually pretty well designed without the effects to stack top decks, without the effects to look at the hand. So yeah, I think that one change alone would actually make the deck a lot more playable to play against, because they can't just perfectly interact with you, because the deck is actually so cool, like no pun intended. Like the deck is so cool because it doesn't actually just put up a bunch of negates and just call it a day. It's a very interactive deck.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's why it's so cool. It's so it's fun to play against because it's interactive. That's what I like.
Literally, like, I think that if there's an E-ban tomorrow and they literally remove the looking at hand effect, it is actually so sick, because I feel like the deck is so interactive. It rewards really good technical play. It's like everything about it is so sick. It's just the fact that it looks at the hand, right? And there's also the hand trap issue, which is a whole nother conversation.
What do we do then? Do we just ban Rotary? Is that it? We ban Rotary and the game is fixed? I don't think that's an option anymore. What, do we limit Rotary? It's like everything is so searchable in that deck. It's so consistent.
Which is fine. Don't, like, you know, if the deck is good to hand traps, like, that's fine. Obviously it sucks, but that is still an issue. Like, you know, hand traps are supposed to be some sort of equalizer. They're supposed to give the going second player a chance against strong, you know, combo decks. And against most of the decks, hand traps are pretty decent. Against Q-Tune, it feels like you're barely slowing them down. Like, you're throwing 3-4 hand traps raw. Like, you're on one card, they put up half a board and you lose. And now you can understand why it's kind of frustrating. Because it's not that the deck just plays through hand traps. It's like the deck also knows which hand traps you have. So you're forced to slam hand traps at the first thing your opponent does.
Interesting.
Or else they look at your hand, which is also... like, the fact that it dictates how you're supposed to use your hand traps instead of, like, you know, timing it at the best spot, is that there's no best spot.
No, exactly. That's why you have to ash the first thing. You ash the first thing and just hope for the best, right? That's what that's what makes the difference. You ash the first thing. That's it.
The best spot is to use it as early as possible and hope for the best, literally.
That's exactly what I said. That's so funny.
That is insane to me, right? I know it sounds like a rant and all that, but I do think that, like, this, I feel like it needs to be kind of addressed in some sort of way, or maybe like have a conversation around. I mean, let me know what you guys think. Like, do you think it's toxic, or is it just me? Maybe I'm just tripping, you know?
I understand the points. The points are valid, but I prefer this 1,000 times over Malice. 100%.
But yeah, like, you know, the deck can play through multiple hand traps because every tuner becomes an extender, which is absurd. And when you effect negation it doesn't really work because it's like a condition to be able to use stuff from hand as materials. Don't know why that's a thing. but yeah, like but whenever you use these hand traps, like you're down card advantage and stuff, so it becomes really hard. Also, there's like a mental component to this, right? Like if you think about a YCS, if you Q into this deck and lose the roll to it twice, you might just be X2 immediately, and that's like another thing. In Master Duel, like everyone's playing Q-Tune right now, so like it's like back to back to back. You're just like
back to back mention. Back to back mention. Was that also pun? I think he didn't even realize.
Playing these like crazy amount of games, and it's like can be very frustrating. There's definitely room for outplay here and there, but I think it won't take long before the entire play base gets like a lot better with his deck, which is like I'm definitely like in terms of outplay, like I'm definitely outplaying winning games I'm not supposed to right now, but if the deck is around for like another month or so, but it doesn't take a genius to play this deck at a really strong level, right? So
wow. Pep, the deck is very interactive, so much so that letting them know what you have in hand, manipulate your draw for turn, and banish an extra deck pieces is just ridiculous. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, at least they have to think for it, right? At least they have to think. By the way, this guy also have the same YouTuber background, geek collection on the in the corner, plus one giant card, three this time. Same camera angle, close to the wall, and at least there is no window on the wall. This is a window. This is a window, right? Is this not a window? On the other wall. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely just tough. I think like one of the best things about Yu-Gi-Oh is like when you think back, like, okay, could I have done anything differently?
There is a window in almost every YouTuber. God forbid a streamer has a window in their room.
Usually there's, you know, a misplay you did or something you could have done to like, you know, perform better. But usually when you play against Q2 and it's like, dude, like I just didn't draw enough hand traps. I didn't draw 4 hand traps, guys. I guess I'll lose. My opponent opened rotary Q.
Isn't that how the game works? Sometimes you just don't draw the card, so you lose. That's the game. Am I crazy? Sometimes you just don't draw the right cards, then you lose. That's the game. Oh my god, I don't know. Hello, Moxie. Welcome. Where are we getting rage baited right now? Imagine Windows couldn't be me. Yeah, imagine having Windows in your room. If you think about it, the eyes are the windows to the soul. What?
GG's. And I feel like the best metas in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are where like you like when you feel you lose, you felt like you had a chance, right? Even if it's like or at least you felt like you had, like if my opponent like, you know, didn't do this or do this incorrectly, you had a chance. But when
if my opponent misplay, then oh yeah, I will have a chance.
Your hand, it's like, bro, like they're gonna make the right play, you know, and that's kind of like the issue. And so yeah, and this compounds right across multiple games. Like in Master Duel, you're playing like 15 games, and then like they probably close the app by now. So yeah, and because Master Duel is a rank system, you're gonna play the deck over and over again until you're literally just like bang your head against a wall, and I totally feel that. And yeah, it was crazy. So anyways, what's the solution, right? I think at the end of the day, it comes down to Konami. The deck needs to be addressed through some sort of ban list, or
some of ban list, ban rotary, game saved,
or I don't know, some sort of way to like maybe like errata the card. I doubt, which I doubt will happen, but that would be kind of cool. I think like yeah, the hand, like removing the hand rip will be sick. I think rotary is a sick extender. Be able to add a card is cool. Even the effect of like non-target shuffle card back from the graveyard is cool. I've used that a couple of times. And then I think that would be kind of, I think that'll be sick. Just to...
In the wise words of Farfa, if only card was different card. literally, if only the card was a different card. Oh my god, if and when, but never is. It's weird that only YouTubers that you react have this kind of overlay of camera and position of things on the background, or things I see are different. Okay, I think what makes you a little confused there is probably the big card. That is all something that only the Yu-Gi-Oh people have. right? And obviously, right, Yu-Gi-Oh players are some kind of weebs. They have some kind of like nerdy things, so they have figures and stuff like that, or like plushies. These are tournament trophies. These are tournament trophies. This guy is like actually really good, right? These are tournament trophies, and there is a plushie here. And yeah, the big cards that every YouTuber has. I will have one of those. I would love to. Yeah, I know. Maybe have one per duel for viewing hand effect. One per duel. Well, the card already exists. That's what I'm saying. That you're playing to errata. We don't have errata cards anymore. That's not a thing.
To make the deck a little bit more, decent to play against. But yeah, hopefully someone somewhere addresses this, or else we're gonna be in for some really rude awakening, I guess. But yeah, if you guys agree, if you don't disagree, if you disagree, no, don't agree. Let me know in the comment section below. If you have any your own Q2 moments, let me know. And if you guys watch this entire video and your responses, look, honestly, who cares? I'm just gonna play Q-Tune. Well,
what? Oh my god.
I respect the chaos, and if you're gonna play, let's play it right. So you guys can check out the Q-Tune masterclass in the description box below to make sure you know what you're doing with the deck. And yeah, leave a like and subscribe. Let me know what you think. Peace.
That's so funny. Rotary is such a funny card. I love Rotary. It's my favorite card ever. I stand by it. Rotary is such a good card design. I want more cards like Rotary. Every archetype should have, first of all, a turn 0 a turn 0 hand trap, and also a card that lets you see your opponent's hand. Yes. Okay, an example. Nib isn't played often because decks don't lose as much as it now. Q-Tune sees the Nib in your hand. Is the only way you have to do anything after checking your hand on top deck. Nib. But there are decks that just don't care about Nibiru. They just like in K9, for example, you can just negate it with stuff. Also, most decks have the negate before. They have an omni negate before, right? And like Yami just can build a board back after Nibiru. It doesn't matter. Nibiru is not a real card because of how strong the decks are now. It's not a cool tune thing. Like most decks don't care about Nibiru. I mean, he's literally a Yugi tuber. What did you expect him to do? Quit? Yeah, obviously, right? But like, what does the title literally say? What does the title literally say? Why pros are quitting Master Duel? Yeah, okay. Well, I personally don't see it as much as a problem. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not playing in the right rank, right? Because I've been playing in Master 3, which is not obviously as good as the pros by a long shot, but I don't see it. If we're talking about toxicity, it's really strong, sure, whatever. It could be really strong, right? It could be the best deck even, but I don't see it as toxic. Toxic are floodgates. Like I see like Dinomorphia being way more toxic than this. Like Dinomorphia is a toxic is a toxic archetype. I don't mind Dinomorphia, I guess. But like I don't see it as toxic. Toxic is not the word that I would use. So yeah, I got clickbaited, I guess. Let me know what you think, chat. Let me know what you think, because I'm really curious. Am I the weird one here? I hope I'm making sense here. At least you can see that there is a different opinions, right? I think so. All right, Joel. Let me read what you said, Joel. Oh my god, I cannot read it. Messages. Pepper, I posted 2 missing summon animations on top of the... Yeah, I already read that. I already told you. I posted 2 missing summon animations to the top That is from DM, second is from Sexta. We're gonna watch every summon animation later. When everything is like done, I'm gonna watch the ones that I missed. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But thank you. I appreciate the support, the help. It's really not a problem, but saying cool tune is toxic gets views. I guess so. People will complain about every new meta. It's like a cycle of life. It's so weird coming like this coming from. I guess it's just because of the title. I guess like Pack things that or the editor, whoever, or like the producer or whatever thinks that this is a good title, which it is a really good title. It got me, right? It got me invested. Yeah, anyways. Let's go to the other side.
Whew, that rain sure is coming down.
What the hell? None? I remember I put it in personalized. I can say the name on Pokemon competitive meta. I can say the same on the Pokemon competitive meta. Oh yeah, Incineroar bad. Anyways, floodgates are good for Yu-Gi-Oh! One bad take. Dude, I feel like this video was like made for me, like to rage bait me in particular. I'm kidding, obviously. I love Panda Cat. I've been watching their streams, so hopefully, hopefully they don't mind if I react to this. Let's see.
Whew, that rain sure is coming down. Hope it doesn't flood again.
Very funny.
Sorry. Let me put up the floodgates.
Floodgates. For those who don't follow me that much, I always crash out about floodgates. I literally was just crashing out about it like a few minutes ago. So this is like I want to hear the arguments on favor of floodgates, because for me floodgates straight up shouldn't exist. I don't know why we're doing this. I'm glad that they are being banned slowly, but at the same time, new cards that enable floodgates keep appearing. So yeah, I'm curious about this. Maybe it actually changes my mind. Let's see. Hopefully, right? Like we can find even a middle ground. Because for me right now, it's like ban all floodgates, no exceptions. Let's watch.
Ah, that's better. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, I love
Welcome
this.
to One Bad Take, the series where we take an immensely unpopular opinion about Yu-Gi-Oh!, one considered completely indefensible, and attempt to defend it to our dying breath.
Okay. I see it. I understand better now. So we actually know that this is a bad take. We actually know this. Okay, that helps me a lot. That brings me hope. Like we know this is a bad take. Okay. I thought we think actually this.
Should we unlimit Shifter? Should we design every deck to zone lock like Kashtira? Is Stun the best way to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Let's decide together.
I know these are like just examples, but they are already making me like, ugh, you know? Like I'm so against it that I'm like, ugh.
This is One Bad Take.
Oh, I love this intro. Really good. What is Clip doing there? What is my favorite meatball doing there?
Cat here, and welcome back to another episode.
Hi, Cat.
The past two videos have been kid stuff compared to what we're tackling today. That's right. Some of you agreed Maxi needed to come back to 3. Some of you agreed that power creep was good for the game. So I figured I needed to step up my game a little bit and come up with a take so dastardly, so devious, that not a single person in the comments could agree.
Oh, I love this.
And here it is. I believe that floodgates are not only necessary for Yu-Gi-Oh! To exist as a game, but they genuinely make the game more enjoyable when they are an active consideration within a given meta.
Okay, that is a huge win, right? That is a huge win that is carrying so hard.
That's right. I want my skills drained and my vanities emptied. I want there to be only one. I want my Gozen matched and my warlords in active rivalry. With a game as unlimited and bombastic as Yu-Gi-Oh!, with a game with as many inclement floods as Yu-Gi-Oh! Has, I believe it is more than reasonable for floodgates to exist and to be as prominent as they are.
Alright. I wanna
We'll
hear
go
it.
through the arguments one by one. But first, I want to establish what exactly constitutes a floodgate in Yu-Gi-Oh! For those newer to the game or unfamiliar.
Very important,
A
chat.
floodgate is a card that turns off or shuts down one particular strategy or mechanic in the card game.
Shuts down a particular mechanic or strategy. Okay.
A lingering effect that bars a certain thing from happening.
Bans a certain thing from happening. Like activating effects on the field? Yeah, you are done. No more activating monster effects on the field. You can only activate it from hand or graveyard or whatever, but not from the field.
With skill drain, that thing is monster effects on the field. With dimensional barrier, that thing is an extra deck type of your choice no longer working.
Yeah, you cannot summon certain things from the extra deck. Certain summoning mechanics? Done. No more.
Basically, it's a mechanic that denies the use of another specific mechanic. So why do I think this is good for the game?
So, someone was telling me, right? Like, oh yeah, Typhon is a floodgate and you love Typhon. Yes, Typhon technically has a floodgate that doesn't let your opponent activate monster effects from monsters that have more than 3,000 or more attack, which is such a small thing, right? You can out the Typhon before summoning a 3,000 thing, and also Typhon can only be summoned as your last summoning of the turn, right? So Typhon seems like the good kind of floodgate, in my opinion, right? It's not such a big deal. It's just like such a big condition. But yeah.
Let's get into the arguments.
Alright. Argument 1. Okay, guys, but with all due respect.
Mystic Mine is a card that reads, if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, your opponent cannot activate monster effects or declare an attack. If you control more monsters than your opponent does, you cannot activate monster effects or declare an attack. Once per turn, during the end phase, if both players control the same number of monsters, destroy this card. In 2022, the card was terrorizing ranked play as a commonly playable floodgate that many found incredibly difficult to out. But was that a problem with the card, or with the players? The discourse around Mystic Mine got to a point that one of Yu-Gi-Oh's top players, Jesse Cotton, put out a tweet that
I already
has
know that
become
tweet.
iconic. Okay guys, but with all due respect, how are you not prepared for mine at this point? It's a little ridiculous to not have a well thought out plan when entering a tournament.
Okay.
Now, the tweet has been memed to hell and back, but ultimately the point he was making...
We could do the same thing, right? We can be like... Okay, guys. Okay, guys, but with all due respect, how are you not prepared for Cool Toon Rotary at this point? It's a little ridiculous to not have a well thought out plan when entering a tournament. I know it's a different situation. I know it's a different situation.
...out plan when entering a
But
tournament.
it's funny to think about.
Now, the tweet has been memed to hell and back, but ultimately the point he was making, I think, remains entirely valid. If you are playing a deck that loses to a certain floodgate, you should have a game plan for dealing with that floodgate if it's popular in the format. I'm speaking specifically here about competitive play, but deciding what deck to play and what tech cards to include is...
What language is this? what a card to use.
...a test of a player's skill to interpret and ideate upon a format. Floodgates add another layer of complexity to that process. A process I think is healthy for the game because it reveals a player's capacity to plan for the competitive metagame.
To plan for the competitive metagame. Interesting. So it's a good thing because it makes people have to be prepared for it?
With all due respect, the players who prepped for Mystic Mine were going to edge out the players who didn't, and I don't think that's bad for the game at the highest levels.
I understand this thing. Like I hear this when I go against for example, Luna Light, right? I've been complaining a lot about Luna Light. It's like, how are you not prepared for Liger Dancer? You know your opponent can summon Liger Dancer and you don't have an out in your deck for Liger Dancer. Why don't you run a Kaiju? Or I don't know what else, right? A Kaiju or something for Liger Dancer. It's your fault for not being prepared for Liger Dancer. But like, we are not like, at least when I play, right, in Master Duel, in like Master or whatever, like I'm gonna face a Liger Dancer every like 100 matches, right? Why would I sacrifice consistency to be prepared for that, right? Sacrifice consistency with a Kaiju in my deck instead of that. Like, it makes deck building boring, right? Especially if it's not the main thing. Like in Mystic Mine, I guess, because it was like super popular, right? But right now, no one plays Liger Dancer. But every time that it happens, I just have to scoop because I don't have an out. I don't have an out. What do? I scoop. The game is better for that? I don't know. Although it is funny seeing people try to get rid of Liger Dancer. Like one of my duels, someone tried to vote Typhon and King Sark. Oh my god, dude. That is even worse. Like, at least have the decency of scooping if I see my opponent is playing. If I see my opponent playing Lunalight, I guess I lose. I'm not gonna sacrifice my consistency to add one Kaiju. I guess I also prepare. I'm also prepared for other decks, but other decks are easier to out. Anyways, if I draw a card, maybe I don't draw a card. What do I do, right? Bro, Street Brain, how are you not prepared for draw? Yeah. This is just going to be boiled down to add more generic removal. I can't search that. Exactly. It's like either you draw it or not, right? Either you draw it or not. Like some decks just can't, that don't have that in engine. They just cannot get to that card, to a card that is removal. Especially if the card is not letting you play the game. I don't think that is a good argument.
Edge out the players who didn't, and I don't think that's bad for the game at the highest levels.
I read Baby's first stun deck. If this is the argument that it's easier to play for new players, that is also a bad argument because you're not learning to play the game. You are just learning to not have a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is bad for literally everyone, right? That is bad for literally everyone. So I hope this is not the argument.
One of the most common arguments people give in favor of stun, more broadly, and floodgates as an extension, is that it helps new players get into the game.
Bad argument. You are not learning anything. You are not learning anything. You are actually like making it worse for everyone, right? You're not learning the game. If you're not learning how to interact with your opponent, you are not learning Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a horrible example. Yeah.
It allows for less skilled players to outperform more skilled players by nature of playing a simpler strategy with a more obvious win condition.
That's also bad. Good players should always defeat bad players. Bad players shouldn't be able to win against good players. That is absurd. That makes no sense.
Don't know how to combo yet? Flip skill drain. Don't know how to break a board yet? Flip there can be only one. Don't know how to interrupt your opponent yet? Normal summon Fossil Dyna. Well,
see, it's a way of getting cheap wins that don't mean anything because you're not learning the game. That's a bad thing.
I think this argument as a whole is a little patronizing and underestimates the capacity of new players. I do think it reveals one of the things floodgates are really, really good at. They don't just do a lot, they feel like they do a lot. Here's what I mean by that.
They feel like they do a lot. Okay.
Impermanence is a great card. Spot negation that can be activated from hand is a really, really powerful effect in Yu-Gi-Oh! The problem with Imperm in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that oftentimes it feels like it doesn't do anything at all. You Imperm their Q, and then they activate Synchro Overtake afterwards, and your Imperm might as well have done nothing.
But that's why you have to know when to use Imperm and how to use it, right?
While this is an important part of the game, and a skill check in its own right, I think it is equally important to have cards that feel like they accomplish a lot merely by being activated. This is where I think the real onboarding potential of Floodgates lies. They feel really good to play. They have a discernible effect on the game state immediately and continuously.
What? No, there are some floodgates that actually do a lot. If the opponent plays something that doesn't let me special summon, and I only have, all my monsters need to special summon to function, I literally have nothing to do. Like literally all my cards are like, they don't have the yellow glow, right? They are not glowing yellow. What am I supposed to do? If the card says like, oh yeah, you can only play, you cannot play spells, right? Yeah, play, and all my hands are spells because that's what my deck is. Like, I just lose. What? they do a lot. If I cannot activate monster effects and all my monsters are like required effects in order to function, then I lose. What?
Drain or there can be only one or a Kaiser Coliseum is going to dictate the way the game is played for the entirety of the game. And if they get outed, it is very obvious why, when, and how the cards were removed.
Yeah, but Draco Tail and all activated effects from hand, right? So they don't care about imperm. Yeah, decks that don't care about that are good decks. That is the point. They are good decks.
By nature of their design, Floodgates make complex game states in Yu-Gi-Oh! Much more readable and accessible, and for that reason, I believe, have a net positive on the game.
Wait, that argument didn't convince me. Why we like Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, I like Yu-Gi-Oh because of the interactions. I like interacting with my opponent. Yeah, I think it's fun to play the game. Yeah, I think I enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh and I enjoy interacting with my opponent. The back and forth, right? The chain links. I activate something and then my opponent responds with something, and then I respond with something, and then they respond with something, and then it's like, I ran out of interaction. You're good. You're the better player here. And that's it. So what is this?
I'm not sure if this is a fair point to include in a video like this, and it probably merits its own video, but bear with me. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an interesting game. Cards like Skill Drain could be entirely fine balance-wise on release, and then, as the game grows more complex, become completely overpowered.
By his logic, Skill Drain has the same issue as Imperm, though. If Rico gets... Is it Rico or Rico? I don't know. Rico gets negated with Skill Drain, you just synchro off. Yeah. And pop off as... Oh yeah, you can pop off because the effect activates in the graveyard. Yeah, that's a good deck.
But think about it like this. If there's a format where everybody is playing 3 Skill Drain, the best decks would be the decks with high attack monsters, and the decks that activated cards mostly in the hand, graveyard, and banishment, alongside decks that were built mostly around spell and trap effects. This isn't necessarily a bad format, is it? Cool Tune and Draco Tail would still be fine. VSK9 might even still be okay.
Wait, how? How do I out this with K9 Banquisol? Wait, how do I out Skill Drain with K9 Banquisol? Am I missing something? I mean, I guess I can pop something with X-Force release. I can pop it with X-Force release. Now, how do I get to the point where I can summon an Xyz monster first? I guess it's possible. Yeah, I guess it's possible. How do I search for it? How do I search for it exactly? How do I search for X4 release? He's so wrong here about that. Look at the varieties emptiness. The format will change. People will just make full end board turn 1 and set Floodgate behind it. Yeah, the heart of the cards. Yeah.
Sky Striker and Branded would still see play, and some decks would even make a comeback.
Alright, Sky Striker, yeah. Branded, I guess.
Kashtira would probably be fine.
Yeah, but do we want Kashtira to be probably fine I don't want Castilla to be probably fine. I want Castilla to not exist. No, just a Rhythard.
There's an argument that a deck like Ritual Beast, with all its tagging out, could see a return.
I don't even know what that
Snake Eyes,
is.
which can send skill drain
Do we want Snake Eyes, chat?
for cost, could see more play again. What I'm saying is, just because a Floodgate warps a format does not make the format inherently worse or less interesting. Playing a deck with a distinct weakness to Shifter or Droll, or Skill Drain, or Teakboo is a factor that has to be considered when choosing your deck. I don't think that Floodgates are good in spite of warping the game around them, but rather because they do warp the game in a way that is clear and obvious enough to plan around and communicate. And doesn't something like you can't do X anymore just feel like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime effect? Doesn't it
It's not a good argument.
feel like something a villain would flip and our
It is something a villain will flip. Yes, it is 100% that.
protagonist would have to find a way to out?
Don't forget, the villains in you are like basically cheaters. They are basically psychopaths. And they are framed as being, you know, evil.
And isn't that just fun?
No? No, it's not.
Again, I'm going to try and keep the counter-argument section relatively brief because I enjoy reading all of your counter-arguments in the comments, and the conceit of the video is already putting us sort of on the wrong side of history in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? We're already taking the unpopular arguing position.
I know, by the way, I know Panda Cat doesn't actually believe this. It's just like a challenge of trying to justify one bad take, right? Because no one could actually believe this unless they're like psychopaths or something, or they just hate Yu-Gi-Oh!
So, I did want to address a couple though before summating and deciding kind of where we land on Floodgates as a whole. So, let's start here. First, and this one I think is Master Duel specific. In Master Duel, with no side deck and a format that encourages sacking, Floodgates are more problematic because it is impossible to prepare for everything, and you're gonna get sacked, right? In a format that has side decking, you're able to side deck in outs to popular Floodgates for games 2 and 3, so that, you know, if your opponent does flip Skill Drain on you, you have Mystical Space Typhoon to out it, and then you can keep going, right?
But what if you don't draw them?
That is a very, very simple example, but also kind of like a nice one, right? And you can't do that in Master Duel. You simply cannot do that on ladder, which makes Floodgates...
Exactly, yeah. In Master Duel it's even worse.
In a best-of-1 format, probably feel much more frustrating. This is undoubtedly true, but there are also ways in which a best-of-1 format makes Floodgates worse, too. If the Floodgate player loses the coin, more often than not they'll lose the game, for example. But even with that, I think the same considerations apply. If you're playing a deck that loses to a Floodgate, what will you do if you encounter it? Lose? Scoop? Or do you have a plan? Is it possible
That's what I'm saying.
to make a plan? With all due respect...
Paradise, King Calamity.
Okay, well, with Floodgates like Paradise Smashers and King Calamity, you may actually legitimately have me here. Turn skip Floodgates are probably just outright bad for the game. We can ban them. You got me. Can't even pretend to defend them. We'll put a small asterisk here. Those cards suck. And I don't know. I could like try and lawyer you by being like, are those really Floodgates? They don't turn off a mechanic. They skip your opponent's turn. But no, they're Floodgates and they're terrible for the game. And they can all go. All of them can go. Even the Neos one. Even the Hero one. I'm sorry. I know it was cool in the anime. It's gone. Get rid of it. I don't want it. Bye.
Endboard goes.
And then the last argument that I think has some teeth that I want to talk about is a position like this. That the Floodgates themselves are fine, but as part of a larger end board, they make games unplayable no matter how much you prepare.
That's exactly what Crispy Applesauce said. Sometimes it's just you just made an impossible to beat end board and then you put a Floodgate on top of it, right? So yeah, it's like that one. Like the statues, right? You just have a board of like 5 negates, not 5, maybe 3 Omni negates that are all like water attribute, and then you put the statue. And the opponent is not running water monsters. What do? They lose. They cannot even out that thing because they have ways to protect it.
And while that might be true, I don't think this is a problem with floodgates so much as it's a problem with the power of going second in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general.
Sure.
Is it really that different if you're facing down a full VSK9 board plus there can be only one? Or would the board be enough anyway, even if that last card were just an imperm or whatever? Well, there you have it. Floodgates add a layer of complexity to theorizing about Yu-Gi-Oh! That is arguably really fun. It allows for new players to grasp concepts within the game that might otherwise be difficult to parse, and it creates distinctions in skill at all levels of play. Plus,
that's it. We said literally the opposite. The argument 2 was the opposite, right? That it makes for games where the bad player wins when they shouldn't.
Cards feel great to play. They feel individually powerful and game-winning in the way I want Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards to feel. And they turn every game into a puzzle of preparation and game knowledge. So, go out onto the MD ladder right now and start flipping Synchro Zone. So, if you flip Synchro Zone against me in real life, I'm, like, actually crying.
In real life?
You will sit there and watch me cry. You can call a judge if you want. No rules against it. I'm bringing the game to a halt. I don't care. I prepped for a long time for this event, and you're just gonna flip a floodgate? Nah, sorry. I'm crying.
That's so true, right? Imagine preparing for an event, just, you know, spending like hundreds of dollars in your deck building and getting coach and everything, and then you just lose to a floodgate. Cringe.
Crying. Sorry. I'm crying. You can still win the game, but I'm crying. You're gonna sit there and watch me cry.
Panda Cat is so awesome. I love this. I love this. This video is gonna be so, yeah, we already know what it is. The one bad take. I understand now. We love it. So chat, does anyone have an actual, you know, argument here? Floodgates versus negate? I will 100% always pick negates. There is no way. You cannot convince me or anything. Or people say, oh yeah, negate everything. I cannot play the game. But it requires at least some kind of skill, right? To actually know when to activate each negate. The floodgate is just like, oh yeah, I put this and you cannot play the game. That's it. Oh, also, we didn't talk about how bad putting different floodgates at the same time is, right? Sometimes the floodgate doesn't let your opponent activate anything, completely force them out of interactions, right? There is nothing that you can activate anymore. It's done. So yeah, awesome video. Really interesting to talk about floodgates. And yeah, thank you so much, Panda Cat, for making this video and compiling all the arguments. Thank you. I think we should print less once per turn Omni negates and require cost, or only let the negates hit specific card types. That sounds interesting. I think minor floodgates are fine. Not stuff like all monsters effects on the field is negated, but stuff like all dragon monsters on the field are negated. I don't think that helps. I feel like maybe that will work if your opponent has to choose one, right? Maybe that's better. Your opponent chooses which... No, because that will also make choose one that is not... I feel like maybe floodgates should have a bigger effect for the opponent or something. I don't know. Floodgates should have a consequence. Yeah, you have to have a drawback, right? Like Dynamorphia, that you have to have like low LP, for example, like very, very low LP. And that's good too, in a way, because they have a weakness, right? That as soon as you out it, they die. Or they die to anything that causes damage, but also can activate something from the field. So I don't know, I can see that. OP chooses Divine, flip DNA, surgery. Oh, I understand. some kind of maintenance cost. No, even because if it's something like paying even half your LP or like paying all your LP, it's one thing, which is what Dynamorphia does. But if it's like a maintenance, like pay, or you cannot activate cards your next turn or something like that, I don't know. Chat, give me 1 minute. I will go pee really quick, and then we'll watch this.
Everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything.
Okay, so give me 1 minute. I'll be back really quick. I'm back. I think floodgates are better if you have to work for it. More steps it takes to get a floodgate, the more choke points and opportunities you have to stop it. Can you imagine if it's like a floodgate is like 2 monsters, and this effect is only has this effect if there is this other monster on the field? Something like that. Like it's a boss monster that requires like a minion that is a token. And if you out the token, the floodgate doesn't exist. So it forces you to destroy the thing, like to destroy the token, which you can just hit. It has 0 attack, 0 defense. Then you just defend it with I don't know, negate attack. Yeah. Better, sure, but I will never accept Kali Yuga or Rongo. That's the thing. Yu-Gi-Oh is like so you can make like a deck so consistent that it's impossible to do that. Anyways. Ranking Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monster Duels without knowing what comes next. Interesting, let's watch.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. In this video, we are spinning a wheel between 1 and 83, and me
Excuse me? 1 and 83?
And my friend Solid Snack are going to be ranking the duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters that correspond with the number that come out on the wheel. So for instance, if we spin number 1, that is of course Yugi versus Kaiba, the Exodia duel, and we will have to rank it and compile the best top 5 lists that we can. We are doing 3 rounds, and you guys can let us know who does a better job at ranking these duels.
This is so
down
interesting.
below. Without further ado, let's get to spinning. All right, Solid Snack, so we got the big number wheel in front of us. Before we spin, of course, man, how are you doing today? Appreciate you coming on.
I'm doing great. It's great to be back again doing one of these. I love doing these. I love everything to do with, you know, all the Yu-Gi-Ohs. Pretty much if you combine Yu-Gi-Oh! And numbers, I'm your guy for that. So I love getting brought on for these.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Numbers,
yeah, this
my
man
favorite.
has done insane stuff regarding stat compilation. I will have that on screen right now, and I'll have it linked down below. Please check out his video on that. But yeah, I think without further ado, let's get to spinning, my friend. So the first number that we are spinning, see, I always remember this wheel takes a bit. It's going to be a high one. All right, it is number 64. So number 64 is going to be the first number. What is the 64th duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters?
So number 64 is actually Yugi versus Yami Yugi, but this is back during the Orichalcos arc when they got split up.
Yeah, it's that Doma duel.
What?
Oh boy,
I don't
know a lot
remember
of people
this. What the
hate
hell?
That duel. I don't hate that duel. I also am not going to be like boring and put it at number 3, which is the smart thing to do. I'm going to get a little aggressive here, man.
Hello, President of Funny. Welcome, welcome. Bear, sure, but I will not. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to put it at number 4 because I do think there were a couple of things in that duel I didn't love. I'm going to put it at number 4.
I'm going to go even more aggressive. I'm going to put this at number 5.
Oh, wow.
I really dislike this duel, so there's not much. I'm struggling to think of ones I like less than this one.
Something that is worse than this?
I love
Wow.
that, man. I love that. I still think we might get another like stinker that maybe is below it, but I love the aggression.
What do you mean?
We'll see if it pays off, man. All right, we are doing our second spin, and of course, if you guys watching want to play at home, you can. Wow, it's going to be very similar.
What, 63?
Number 63. That is crazy. Number 63. So the duel right before.
So the duel right before that is you know.
Oh,
Yami
that's
Yugi
the
versus,
okay. That's
Weevil with
probably
the
number
Berserker
1 for a lot
Soul
of
duel.
people.
Oh,
You know.
wow. Yeah.
That's iconic.
Yeah, that is iconic, but I'm not going to get crazy. I'm going to put that at number 2. I'm leaving room for the top and the bottom. I'm going to put it at number 2.
I think I'm going to be boring, and I'm going to copy you. I'm also going to put that one at number 2.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I think that's a good pick, man. All right.
I don't know. I feel like I would probably put it in number 3 or something.
I have shuffled the numbers just because I want to make sure we don't get
Dodo.
another number the same. So instead of it being chronologically, we shuffled the numbers a little bit on the wheel. So let's see what the next duel is going to be.
23.
It is going to be duel number 23, my
What is
friend.
that?
So which duel is that?
Number 23, that is Yugi versus Bandit Keith, right at the beginning of Season 2.
Ooh, boy.
That was
man,
boring.
I've got to decide between 3 or 5 here. I'm gonna put that one at number 3. I'm gonna.
Really? I feel like I was sure that was gonna be number 5 for me. So my rank will be these 3, 4, and so the one with Weevil will be number 3. This one will be number 5, and this one will be number 4.
Put it at number 3.
I'm also putting that one at 3, mostly
Really?
just for the plot that happens with the whole fire.
It's
part.
more about the plot, not the duel. What are we counting there? Because if it's the duel, I don't remember anything that happens in the duel. Like it was nothing.
I guess it happens technically after the duel, but to me that's part of the whole thing that happened. So I'm putting that number 3 also.
Yeah, the duel was interesting enough where
Really?
I can argue that it's better than that Doma duel. So yeah, I think 3 is good. So we've got 2 spins left. It's really going to come down to will one of these duels suck. Otherwise, I'm going to have to put a good
Marik
duel at
shows
number
up, Bakura shows up. Yeah, but that doesn't happen. Nothing in that duel happens.
5, and that might cost me the round. So the duel we've got, man, is number 40.
Oh, wait.
Number 40. Okay, that's actually a pretty good one. That is Yami
This
Merrick
is
versus
super
Mai.
hype. Come on.
Ooh, interesting. It is funny because I just did a video on this a couple of weeks ago about how censored this duel was in the manga, which I'm sure is something that you, of course, were aware of. Well, 2, 3, 4, 5 are gone. I have to put this at number 1, and I think just based on the duels we've gotten, this probably would be my number 1. So I'm happy with that.
I wouldn't know. I guess I would put it in 1 too, because I don't think there are more chances of getting something better than this.
I am putting this one at number 1, kind of because I have to. I'm actually regretting not putting Yugi versus Haga at 1 now. I feel I like that one more, but I have to put this one at number 1 because it's not number 4.
Yeah, well, listen, I have my 5, you have my 4. That's literally going to be the only difference. So this wheel spin is going to determine who the audience feels wins round 1. The duel we are getting is duel. It's going to be an early one, I think. Duel number 16.
Oh, no. What is
I'm
this?
worried it's going to be a good one from Duelist Kingdom.
Okay, that is Yugi versus Mai. I feel like that's a good number 4 for me. Yugi versus Mai.
That's
yeah, it's. I'm gonna.
I feel like I feel like mine was there, right, Chad? I feel like mine was there because this will be number 2, right? For me, is it? If I remember correctly, it was this number 3, and this was number 1. This was number 2, and then this was number 4, and this was number... Yeah, mine is better. I'm sorry, I won.
It's hard to say that that's the worst when that duel has the iconic Blackluster Soldier scene. It's also got a lot of really good dynamic between Yugi and Yami Yugi. A lot of really good growth in that duel. Maybe some people will agree with my list over...
I also like this duel in particular because it was... both of them were playing with honor, right? Because before every duel was someone cheating, and this is one of the first times where it's an actual duel, like two duelists respecting each other and trying to actually be the best, right? Instead of cheating. I don't know. I really like that about that one duel. So there is putting it in 5 or 4. It's absurd.
Is because they hate the surrendering that Mai did, but I think you probably have me beat there in round 1, man. Similar lists,
yeah, but I'm regretting my 1 and 2. I definitely would flip those.
Yeah, I think I'm actually happy with my 1 and 2, but my 4 and 5 I'd probably flip. But I don't know. I think it's they're very similar. But yeah, all right. So that concludes round 1. I think we are going to move on to round 2 here. So I am going to be spinning and you will be ranking first, and I'll of course let you know what duel it is. So let's start with the opening duel here. Round 2, I gotta make a comeback. We've got duel number 60.
Dude, what's happening?
Yep,
like everything is like
even. And duel number 60 is going to be Joey versus Mai, but that was the first time they dueled in the Doma arc that ended in I believe a no result.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, I love their rematch they have in the Orichalcos arc, but their first duel...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember this. I'm gonna put it in 4.
It's gonna be boring, and I'm gonna put it at 3 just because it's just kind of a prelude to a much better duel that we get later.
That's fair. You know what? I gotta be a little aggressive here. I am putting this at number 5. I actually am not really a big fan of this duel at all. I don't love the no result. I get why it had to happen because the seal had the stakes so big, but I don't really love this one all that much. So I'm going to be aggressive here. I'm going to take your strategy from the first round. I'm going to put it at number 5.
Wow. Hello, Christ Melted Flesh. Welcome.
So let's see.
The next duel there.
Yeah, let's see the next duel. So the wheel is spinning. Where will she land? It looks like it's going to be an early-ish one. Duel number 21, which is going to be...
Duelist Kingdom, right?
Oof, boy. Duke Devlin versus
Joey.
Otogi versus Janochi.
That's
it's also right.
Bottom of the list. Easy.
Yeah, that's brutal for me.
Really?
That's just so freaking brutal for me. I mean, I'm gonna put it at number 4. I can't believe we instantly got a duel worse than Joey versus Mai.
Wait, is that a bad one? I mean, nothing happened, right? I should have picked before because I feel like I would have put it in 3. I don't remember what happened that much.
Just unfortunate. Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm gonna need to somehow make it.
I know Joey loses, and it's weird that he loses, and then he's like put into the custom, the costume. Yeah, costume. It's not really entertaining. It was more about them like trash talking each other more than anything for me.
Back in this, but I'm already backed against the wall already.
I don't know. Okay, if I have to put it somewhere, I guess I would put it in. I don't know. I feel like I'm biased now from what they said, but I would put it in. This happens because I don't remember this duel, the one between Joy and Mai. I don't remember this, but I put it in 4, right? So I guess I will listen to them and put it in 5. I guess I don't know.
Already backed against the wall already, man. All right, the next one we've got is going to be a middle one, and that is going to be the 50th duel
What even is
of
50?
Duel Monsters, which is Kaiba and Yugi versus Noah Kaiba in the virtual world.
Okay, total reverse the easy one. Easy one. This is like, that's pretty much
Really?
the only duel I like in virtual world. It's so
it's
good
a number 2
that
for
it
me.
makes me forget how terrible the rest of virtual world is.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go number 2 because I need to play catch up and I have to pray that we get one of the GOAT duels up. Noah versus Yugi and Kaiba is actually not in my top 10. It's
If you can't remember it, then how can you competently rank it? I can't. That's why I feel bad because I can't. I'm just like going by vibes. I don't remember it.
probably like 13th or 14th I have it ranked. So there are some duels we can get that would allow me to maybe make a miraculous comeback here, but I'm going to put it at number 2. But it is a very good duel. It certainly is one of the better ones.
There are some duels that I can instantly say like everything that happens, like I can narrate it, but some others that I have no memory of. I don't know why.
In DM. All right, we've got the wheel spinning again. It might be number 9. My birthday is September 9th. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be 31, which is Yugi versus
This is number 1.
Strings.
We did it, Chad. We did it.
Really good duel.
Okay, well I screwed myself.
See?
That's
That's what I'm saying.
One now, because that's
We're not thinking about the odds of like that's a huge duel. Like this is fine, but it's not that good. So I put this in number 2, right? So now then my number 1 will be this one.
I guess I have to put this at 2 then, because I took up my 1 spot.
You know, I actually don't disagree with that, though. I have Noah versus Yugi, then Kaiba ranked a little higher than Yugi versus Strings. I'm putting Yugi versus Strings at number 3.
Really?
It's insanely good. It's actually crazy, the drop-off.
Really? I feel like this is like such a cool thing. And Yugi made like the smart thing of doing that thing with the Rebel Jam, right? That was so smart, and it's such a creative way of playing the game. It's a deck out. We don't see deck outs in the anime that much, and that wasn't the original strat. He just improvised that. To me, that's huge. That's the number 1. I don't know.
Between those 2 duels and the first 2 we got, I still have 1 open. You have 4 open. If we get another banger, your list might be in a lot of trouble, my friend. So that...
What duels are even better than this? I cannot think of many duels that are better than this statistically, right? I mean, statistically, we could get like one of my favorites, which is Kaiba versus Joy in number 1, right? Or like one of the Pegasus duels, which are also really cool. Yeah, he's obviously hoping for something better, but in my opinion, there is not many that are way better, much better. How many deckouts are on the anime? I have no idea, but I don't remember any other than this. I don't think I remember more than this. Let it ride!
That is what I'm relying on. I think that's the only way
Let it ride!
I will win this round, and that the community will pick me here in round 2. So we are spinning the final duel.
Is this 33?
It's going to be number
37.
37, which is Mai versus Jean-Claude Magnum. Oh my god,
thank God.
dude.
Thank God, it's a trash one.
That is absolutely heartbreaking. So you've got to
Oh
put
my
that at
God.
number 4, which is probably where it should go. And I've got to put it at number
Huge
1.
L. Number 1. This is absurd. See, like I'm winning now, right? This will be my number 3, which I knew I had to put the Duke versus Joy higher, definitely, and this will be my number 5, and we'll have won by a lot.
Hey, Jean-Claude Magnum, baby, number 1,
Damn it,
best
man.
actor in the world.
Damn it, dude. Oh, that is just awful. I don't know, dude. I look at your 5 in that round. I think you have a perfect 5. I know you don't agree because I know you would switch your top 2.
It is 100% filler. Okay, that argument, I don't like that argument because 3 of these duels are 100% filler. 3 of these duels are 100% filler, which is this one, the Joy versus Mai, and the Noah one is also filler. So I don't know what to tell you.
I do, but at least I don't have Mai versus Magnum at number 1.
Okay, yeah, there's no way that I can win with that. I went aggressive and it screwed me, man. That's
no way.
That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. All right, well, we are
before they go to Blimp and quarterfinals. What? I don't remember anything anymore.
Move on to round
I'm a fake
3.
fan.
I don't even know if we need a round 3 because I'm sure people have the score you 2, me 0. Although maybe some people feel I won round 1. You definitely won round 2.
Joy versus Mai at least has emotional build-up, but it's still a filler arc.
So round 3, I got to try to have a really good round to at least avoid being swept. So I will be spinning once again here, and I will be kicking off the top 5 and the duel that
number 1.
It came out. It came through. Number 1, the first duel of
this is hard. Hold on.
series.
This is hard to rank for me because it's just too iconic, right? You know everything that happens in this. You can quote everything by heart, right? But is it actually a good duel? Is it actually a good duel? I don't think so. I think for someone who is not interested in Yu-Gi-Oh and watches this for the first time, they will get a wrong idea of what Yu-Gi-Oh is and why Yu-Gi-Oh is like hype. In my opinion, like, obviously this is like with a benefit of hindsight, right? Like GX have a way more hype first episode, like a way better example of what Yu-Gi-Oh is like. Like GX first episode is so good, it's so iconic. But it's also same as this one, right? This is also iconic. But the GX one gets a better example of what Yu-Gi-Oh is like what the card game is like. To me, this will be number 3.
Which we all know is the Exodia Obliterate Yugi versus Kaiba duel. I'm going to put it at number 2. Again, there are duels that I think are better than this. It's got the most iconic moment from the entire franchise, but I'm going to put it at number 2. Besides the Exodia moment, it's very basic. Of course, that's like saying, besides the meat of the burger, it's just 2 soggy buns with lettuce. You know, that is...
What the hell is this? What am I listening to? What is this? What?
2. Besides the Exodia moment, it's very basic. Of course, that's like saying, besides the meat of the burger, it's just 2 soggy buns with lettuce. You know, that is what makes this duel good, but I'm
interesting. Who did your profile picture, by the way? It looks so what I made it myself. I also make like art sometimes. So yeah, I made my profile picture.
I'm gonna put it at number 2.
Yeah, I feel I'm not as hot at this duel as a lot of other people, mostly just because to me it's just this weird mashup of 2 different duels from the manga that just kind of are together. So I'm only gonna put this one at number 3.
That's fair. I mean, that is fair. Outside of that Exodia moment, there's really not much to write home about, but man, that moment is something special.
Interesting. Right. I didn't think they would put it in number 3. They are based. Yeah, thank you, President of the Funny.
Let's see the next duel, the second duel that we will be ranking. We need like we need a bad duel here. We need a bad duel. It's going to be the 38th duel, which is
Battle
going
City?
to be Yugi versus Bakura round 2, the quarterfinals of Battle City.
Oh, that was hype. Is that number 2 for me, I think.
I mean, Yugi summoning Slifer for that first time, that's hard to overcome. And Bakura, I mean, he's probably my favorite character, honestly. I stan. I'm going to be aggressive and put this one at number 1, honestly.
Maybe I should do the same.
Number 1 because there's
really?
no way in hell this
am I risking it? Am I really risking it? I'm risking it, putting it number 2, I think. But I don't know. We'll
Duel
see.
is below Yugi versus Kaiba. I'm sorry to the Exodia lovers out there. Yugi versus Bakura round 2. I think this is the first duel that's popped up.
Oh, that next one has to be
is
trash.
Definitely in my top 10 of duel monsters. And man, if another like top 10 duel shows up, again, I'm in a lot of trouble here, man. So, oh boy, it's going to be number 1 for both of us. Let's see what is coming out next. We got that wheel spinning. It's going to be another one in that range. It is
Is that one
again.
before?
I didn't remove that choice because it ended the last round. So once again, it's my.
No, wait, it shouldn't count.
We're not ranking that. I'm respinning that. We're not waiting because we both put it at 5. So we're not.
Easy 5.
There's no fun in that. I should have removed
33.
It. The next duel we've got is number 33. I'm sorry, Joey versus Ryota.
Who's Ryota?
Okay, so Mako Tsunami there, yeah.
Mako Tsunami, yes.
This is a 4, I think.
I guess I'll put that one at number 4. I don't know. I really don't like it. You know, I'm gonna be aggressive. I'm putting that one at number 5. I don't like that duel.
It's a nothing duel. This is just so Joey can get the thing, right? To participate in the thing, and then he gets like kidnapped or brainwashed or whatever.
I love it. I am going to put it at number 4. I actually
there are worse duels.
Mind the duel. Of course, it's not like great, but I did like the messaging and the backstory with Mako's father, and reviving legendary fishermen because that card meant so much to him. I think there is some beauty in that duel, but not much. So I think number 4 is fair. So I've got 3 and 5 still open. You've got 2 and 4 still open. So let's see what we've got next. I really need one of these 2 duels to be
I'm missing
really
number
bad.
5 and number 1, right? Oh my god,
you
we're
might be on
cooked.
your way to a sweep,
We're
my friend.
cooked.
Duel number 49,
no.
which is Yugi and Joey versus the Big 5.
This is my number 1, I guess.
It's not the best duel in Virtual Worlds, but it's not the worst duel also.
This is my number 1, I guess.
I feel good putting that one at number 4. I feel like it's not the worst duel I've ever seen, but I wouldn't give it any praise more than that.
Yeah, I am also going to put it right below Yugi versus Kaiba. I'm going to put it at number 3.
Dude, my number 5 has to be trash,
it isn't
dude.
the worst duel in Virtual World, but when you have to praise a duel by saying, it's not the worst duel in a pretty lackluster arc, I think that kind of speaks for itself. So I think number 3 is.
I remember
fair
the Mirage.
I'm not going to go
something,
crazy
right?
and
I
put
don't
it at
remember
number
the name.
5, although I considered it. I do think it's got a little bit more action than Joey versus Mako. So you've got 2 available. I've got 5 available.
The
Once
big 5
again,
were cool.
It could come down to this duel, man. It could come down to this spin.
Yep.
Let's see. It's going to be number
32,
which is Yugi and Kaiba versus Rare Hunters. The first time they dueled Umbra and Loomis. Oh boy.
Jesus.
Oh
wait,
boy.
this is the first time.
I think that.
Oh,
is
that's
going
a number
to give
5
me
then.
the win for that round, unless you maybe feel differently.
I mean, it is nice.
I thought
to
it was the
see,
second one.
Yugi
The
and
first
Kaiba
time,
and
yeah,
just
it's number 5.
OTKing some scrubs. But this is like a 1-turn, 2-turn duel. It's nothing. It just kind of happens.
And it's
I don't think it's definitely not a number 2 spot duel.
It's got to be number 2 for you. And
I think I win. I think I win.
Which is probably where
Actually, no. Well, who wins? Who clears this? What was my number 1? My number 1 was. Joey and Yugi versus the 5 guys, right? My number 2 was Bakura versus Yugi. Then my number 3 was the first duel. Then number 4, Mako versus Joey. And then number 5 is this nothing duel. I think it's alright. 5 guys? Yes.
I'd
Very
put
good.
it. Also, fun fact about that duel, man. That duel in the manga is against 2 like generic rare hunters, but in the anime they clearly made it against Loomis and Umbra, which is interesting. But I feel good about round 3. I feel terrible about round 2, and round 1 I think you have the edge, but maybe people
I think
in
this
the
could go either way. I think we're gonna have to see the comments to see what people think for this one.
Absolutely, my friend. And ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed. Please
I think
let
I win
us
this.
know
I think I
who
clear
won
chat.
each round down below.
Let me know if I beat the guys. Let me know if my takes are better, chat. Please let me know.
If you were playing along, you know, you can put, even if you weren't and want to rank the 5 that came out in each round, please go ahead and do it and let us know how close you were to our lists. Thank you guys so much for watching. Huge thank you to Solid Snake for coming on. I will have all of his stuff linked in the description. He's done some really cool Yu-Gi-Oh content on his channel, so please head over there and check him out. Thank you guys all so much. I'll talk to you in the comments, and I hope you have an amazing day. Take care, guys.
That's a really fun video. That's a really fun concept for a video. Now, I personally would prefer to do it myself rather than watching someone else do it, but I still enjoy it. Like the argument and ranking episodes. I like that. I really like that. So yeah, thank you for recommending. Chat, I don't think I can react to more of it. I don't think I can react to more of this. I don't think they make for good reactions. I don't know what to tell you, chat. I don't know if that was a good reaction. I feel like I would rather do this with someone else, like with someone who has watched the anime and is very familiar with it. We can rank it ourselves instead of doing because I feel like it's like I need to know like Dylan and Solid Snack personally in order to fully enjoy this video. I would prefer to rank things myself. I like this concept of ranking things. And and not knowing what comes next is really fun. I like the idea of it, but I don't know if it's the best content to react to. Maybe I will. I don't know. Depending. Maybe we can go to the GX one when I finish rewatching season 4. Another ranking video. Nice looking for when you randomly GX rank Dinomorphia cards. Maybe we can do one ranking meta decks. Can you imagine? I don't know. Maybe something like that. Dude, okay. But yeah, still, thank you, Laser, for the suggestion. It was a fun video. It's just like I don't know if it's the best for reaction content. So we have 3 more videos. 3 more videos. So let's go to Andir Albrecht before we go. Hello, Devin. Welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing fine. Hope you're doing amazing. Hope you're doing great. No problem. And yeah, that's fair. Thank you so much. Thank you for understanding. What is next? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember this much of this duel, but I feel like that makes sense. I wonder if Mirage Knight is going to be retrained to an illusion monster. Didn't they already retrain Mirage Knight? I'm pretty sure they did. Then you can get a stun deck and have to put it in number 1. Yeah, exactly. That's good content. Was dueling, but my aura is lost to Vanquish Soul. Well, yeah, that's how it should be.
Jazz Princeton versus Asta Phoenix.
Little more volume.
In season 3,
that's too much. What? 50? Is that usually how it goes? Alright. Was Aster about to defeat... Was Aster about to defeat Chaz? Let's watch.
Jazz Princeton versus Asta Phoenix. In season 3 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Chaz undergoes a massive transformation under the tutelage of Asta Phoenix.
Season 3? Didn't this happen in season... Wait.
As a result, he becomes a pro duelist. But in the process, he also becomes a corporate shill. Can you believe Chaz hawking his own Ojama merchandise to his fans? Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Let me just write the list over here. Even Asta...
You might be sponsored and chilling your merch. Like, it wouldn't be me. This is what I would do if I had any
falls victim to this. Forced to throw the pro duel against Chaz because their manager has blackmailed him by holding on to his father's Destiny Hero plasma. Spoilers, in the end, Chaz beats Asta, solidifying that he has surpassed his mentor. But that made me wonder, with how good Asta is, could he really not have won this duel? Without corporate interference in the duel, would anything have changed? I mean, let's be honest, nothing ruins a high stakes Duel Monsters duel than someone trying to sell you something in the middle of
Yeah, I already know what he's gonna do. He's about to go into the sponsor segment.
it. Like, you're right in the action and then you just cut away to something. If you're like me, like right now, just going, today's video is sponsored by Figgies. If you haven't seen them yet, they're
This time you didn't,
magnetic pixel art
you didn't get me there.
with a reversible metal backdrop that you can use to customize your display for either on your desk or snap them together directly onto your wall. The 7th Yu-Gi-Oh wave just dropped, and it's all about the Duel Monsters creator himself, Maximilian Pegasus, and his Toon Monsters.
Actually, the Toon Monsters look really cool in this art style.
Toon Dark Magician Girl, Toon Summon Skull, and the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. They look incredible, and the pixel style actually does fit the Toon aesthetic very well. Upgrade your setup and support the channel by using discount code TGSAnime at checkout, and if you're lucky, you just might pull a rare bronze, silver, or even gold chase variant. Link in the description and pinned down in the comments if you want to get yours. And that's essentially what
When are you gonna play Toon Cyber Dragon? When it's a good card.
I would have said, but I wouldn't do that to you guys. I would never. So I think without further ado, let's jump into the duel.
Alright.
The duel begins and Asta goes first. He draws, and his opening hand consists of Destiny Hero Dread Servant,
Huge.
Destiny Hero Diamond
Huge.
Dude, Clock Tower Prison,
Huge.
Spirit,
Huge.
Acceleration,
Huge.
and Eternal Dread.
Huge.
Asta starts by activating his field spell, Clock Tower Prison. Now, while this card is on the field, during each of the opponent's turns, Clock Tower Prison will gain a clock counter. When it has 4 or more counters, Asta no longer takes any battle damage. If this field spell is destroyed, with 4 or more clock counters on it, Asta gets the special summon Destiny Hero Dreadmaster from his hand, deck, or grave.
That's the type of cards that Yugi boomers enjoy. We want slow cards like this, so that we go into into turn 9. Yes, we love turn 9.
Asta follows up this play by setting his Eternal Dread Trap face down and then activating his D-Spirit spell. This card lets him special summon a level 4 or lower Destiny Hero in his hand, as long as he doesn't control any. He summons his Destiny Hero Dread Servant. When Dread Servant is summoned, its effect activates, placing a clock counter on Clock Tower Prison. Asta then
That hand is so convenient. It's so good, right?
Summons his Destiny Hero Diamond Dude and uses its effect. He sends the top card of his deck to the grave, and if it is a spell card, it is activated during his next turn's main phase. He reveals Destiny Draw. Since it is a spell, it is sent to the grave and is now pending activation. Asta ends his turn. Talk about utilizing every single card in your hand. The only thing he didn't use in his hand was De-Acceleration, because we can't use it right now, but yeah, very strong opening turn by Asta. You can't get much more better than that.
If mine going to turn 10 couldn't be us. No. We end the game in turn 1. Turn 2? Psst. Turn 3? Oh. Turn 2 is a formality, right? And turn 3 is just like not real.
Chaz's turn, and he draws. His opening hand consists of Mass Dragon, Level Bond, Level Soul, Direct Border, Pride Shout, and Ojama King.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Where are these cards? We need these cards printed. What the hell? These are not real cards, right? Is it real? Is this a thing? This is not a thing, right? This is not a thing. This is not a thing, right, chat? This guy doesn't exist. All of these are anime only? Okay, cool. Thank you.
The standby phase.
I mean, Mask Drown is real, right?
And Clock Tower Prison gains its second clock counter. Chaz summons his Mass Dragon into attack and then enters his battle phase.
Yeah, that's the only real
crashes
card.
It into Asta's Diamond Dude. Both are destroyed. However, due to Mass Dragon's effect, when it is destroyed by a battle, it summons a Dragon-type monster from the deck with 1500 or less attack. Chaz summons a second copy of Mass Dragon. Chaz orders the new Mass Dragon to attack Dread Servant. However, Asta in response activates his set trap,
Yes,
Eternal
Master Duel
Dread.
real card.
This card lets him add 2 more counters to Clock Tower Prison. Now, with 4 counters, Clock Tower Prison's effect is live. Dread Servant is destroyed by the battle, but Asta takes no damage. Since Dread Servant was destroyed by a battle, its second effect is triggered, which allows it to destroy a spell or trap on the field.
What a
Asta
card.
destroys his own field spell.
What a card.
Since Clock Tower Prison was destroyed with 4 clock counters, its second effect activates, summoning Destiny Hero Dreadmaster from Asta's deck straight to the field.
But doesn't this get attack for like every Destiny hero on the field, which is none?
Since Dreadmaster was
this one,
summoned via
okay.
Clock Tower Prison, its effect lets Asta summon up to 2 Destiny heroes in his grave to the field.
Oh,
He
okay,
summons back
that's right. They first summons him back, and then he gets the attack. Yeah, okay.
Diamond Dude and Dread Servant. Dreadmaster's attack and defense then becomes equal to the combined attack of all Destiny hero
My
monsters he
bad.
controls.
Fake fan.
Chaz ends his turn by
Dude, Oyaman Yome, my favorite. That's my goat right there, chat. That's my goat. You wouldn't get it. You don't understand. I've been a #1 Chaz fan since literally the first episode when I watched it in 2006.
setting 3 cards face down. He sets Level Soul, Direct Border, and Pride Shout. It's back to Asta, and he draws Destiny Hero Defender. As Asta moves into his main phase, the pending effect of Destiny Draw activates. This allows Asta to draw 2 new cards. He gets D-Chain
Jesus
and
Christ.
Destiny Hero Celestial. Asta summons Celestial to the field. With a new Destiny Hero, Dreadmaster's attack increases. Asta
Imagine if they add this style for Chaz in Duel Links. What does he have right now?
Enters his battle phase and orders Dreadmaster to attack and destroy Mass Dragon. Chaz takes the first damage of the duel. Upon being destroyed, Mass Dragon...
Look at it, dude. Look at the hands. Look at those arms. Dang, look at that pose. That looks very hype, right? Really, so cool, dude. So cool.
effect activates. Chaz summons his 3rd and final Mass Dragon from his deck into defense. Asta orders Diamond Dude to attack and destroy this one. Mass Dragon number 3's effect activates upon destruction. Chaz summons his Arm Dragon level 3 from his deck into defense. Asta orders Celestial to attack and destroy this. Finally, with an open field, Asta orders Dread Servant to attack Chaz directly. After the damage, Chaz activates his continuous trap, Direct Border. Now, while this continuous trap remains face up on the field, neither player can declare direct attacks with monsters with 1000 or more attack.
Loot gate!
As well, if Chaz takes damage from a direct attack via a monster with under 1000 attack points, he gets to draw a card. So, since Chaz took 400 damage due to the direct attack of Dread Servant, he draws and gets level copy. Asta ends his turn by setting D-Chain face down. Almost a perfect turn by Asta.
Almost huge. Nothing yet, but everyone hopes that for Duel Links they update GX World with manga characters, like they updated Duel Monster, adding the anime only characters. I see. He's using a flute gate. You don't hate him. All right.
But I'm gonna have to criticize him on one thing. He could have used his Diamond Dude's ability again. Maybe it would have whiffed, but he might as well have just tried to have used it anyway. The fact that he didn't try, bit of a misplay there. It's Chaz's turn.
So the trap cards that Chaz have are all like that's at the start at least weren't real cards.
And he draws his ace monster, Hojama Yellow. He summons it to the field and then activates his set Level Soul. Now, by tributing a monster and then banishing a level monster in his grave, he can special summon one monster from his deck that is written on the banished monster card, ignoring its summoning conditions. Hojama Yellow on the field is tributed.
Was only summoned to be tributed. That's so funny.
Dragon level 3 in the grave is banished, and Armed Dragon level 5 is summoned from the deck as a result. Chaz isn't done, however. He activates Level Copy. This spell lets him special summon a level monster from his hand or deck that has the same name as a monster he controls. Chaz summons a second Armed Dragon level 5 from his deck. He moves into his battle phase and orders both of the Armed Dragon level 5s to attack and destroy Dread Servant and Diamond Dude. Asta's life points drop to a mere 1000. Not only
You know what I like about the armed dragons? That they actually like punch their opponents. They don't bite, they don't use like fire, they punch. And that is a really cool concept for a dragon. I am looking through all of that just to see which came over the TCG alone. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
only that, but due to fewer Destiny Hero monsters being on the field, Dreadmaster's attack is reduced significantly. Chaz sets his level bond face down and ends his turn. As he does, both the effects of Armed Dragon level 5 activate. Since they destroyed a monster in battle, they evolve during the end phase of that turn. 2 copies of Armed Dragon level 7 are summoned from Chaz's deck. Now, it's at this point in the duel that the Pro Duelist sponsor gets in touch with them both and is like, okay, Asta, you have to throw the duel now. You have to do it. But luckily, Jaden appears, gives Asta back his Destiny Hero Plasma, calls out the sponsor, and then Chaz renounces the Ojama. I'm an underdog trying to be...
Is that allowed? Can you just get a... You're not putting that in the deck, right?
Really good when he's actually a good duelist kind of thing. So the stage is set. Asta puts his Plasma back in the deck, shuffles it, and somehow it ends up on the top of his deck, but it doesn't matter. It's fate, isn't it? And then Chaz abandons the Ojama thing, but he hasn't abandoned the Ojamas. So here we go. Let's see how the duel continues. It's Asta's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel. He draws and gets his ace monster.
Yeah, no, that doesn't seem right. I don't know what to tell you, but like, can you at least do it in a different way? Like, can't you just have the card to search it instead of the guy instantly? That takes me out of the duel.
Destiny Hero Plasma. He summons his Destiny Hero Defender to the field and then tributes it, Dreadmaster, and Celestial to special summon Plasma. Plasma's effect is it must be special summoned by tributing 3 monsters you control. Once per turn, you can target 1 monster the opponent controls, equip it to this card with a maximum of 1. This card gains attack equal to half the original attack of the monster equipped to it by this effect. While this card is face up on the field, negate the effects of all face-up monsters the opponent controls.
Floodgate?
So, Asta uses...
Now, what are you gonna say, Pablo? That I'm rooting against the Floodgate guy. That's the original Flood. It's not the original one, but it's a really messed up one.
Plasma's effect to equip one of Chaz's Armed Dragon level 7s to itself. It gains half its attack. Asta isn't done, however, as he activates his set trap, D-Chain, which equips itself to Plasma. It increases its attack by 500 and also makes it so if Plasma now destroys a monster by battle, it deals 500 burn damage. Asta enters his battle phase and orders Plasma to attack and destroy the other Armed Dragon level 7. The attack is successful, and since a monster was destroyed by Plasma while D-Chain was equipped to it, an additional 500 damage.
100 LP.
However,
that's all you need.
Asta is still not done. He wants to end the duel right here. So he activates his De-Acceleration Quick Play spell. This card can only be activated during Asta's battle phase. By selecting 1 Destiny Hero monster he controls that is equipped with 1 or more equipped cards, he can destroy all equipped cards equipped to that monster, halve that monster's attack, then that monster can attack a second time during this battle phase.
Alright.
D-Chain and Armed Dragon level 5 are both destroyed. Plasma loses its attack boosts and its attack is cut in half. Now, with under 1000 attack points, Plasma is able to bypass Chaz's direct border trap. If this attack is successful, Asta will win the duel. However, Chaz activates his set trap, Level Bond. By banishing 2 level monsters with the same name in his grave, the opponent gets to draw 2 new cards. But Chaz can summon a level monster from his deck.
Gerardo, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Wait, what is this? I don't understand how this card works.
The same name as the banished monsters, ignoring their summoning conditions. The monsters summoned by this effect can't use...
Okay, your opponent draws 2 cards. Remove from play 2 level monsters with the same name from your graveyard. And special summon 1 level monster from your deck with the same name as the removed monsters, ignoring the summoning conditions. The monster that was special summoned this cannot attack nor activate or apply the effect this turn. Okay. So it's just... So your opponent draws 2 cards, which is huge already. Remove from play 2 level monsters with the same name from your graveyard. 2 with the same name. And special summon 1 level monster to the deck. Okay.
use its effects.
Very specific card.
Can't attack the turn it is summoned. Chaz banishes the 2 Armed Dragon level 7s in his grave to summon the 3rd one in his deck. As a result, Asta gets to draw 2 new cards. He gets Destiny Hero Dogma.
Oh my god! This is what you meant, right? By the way, it is confirmed that Aster played King of the Swamp to summon Dragoon before he got Plasma back.
Play occurs.
That makes sense.
The number of monsters on the field has changed. Asta, now too weak to attack over Chaz's monster, moves into his main phase 2. He activates Polymerization, fuses his Destiny Hero Plasma with Destiny Hero Dogma to fusion summon the most powerful monster he possesses, Destiny End Dragoon. This monster has the effect, it cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Dragoon? In 2008? Yes, we're watching a Excel after this.
Destroy 1 monster your opponent controls, then inflict damage to your opponent equal to its attack. If you activate this effect, monsters you control cannot battle this turn. During your standby phase, if this card is in your grave, you can banish 1 Destiny Hero card in your grave to special summon it. Asta, believing he has an impenetrable wall, ends his turn here. So since this is Asta's final turn, was there anything he could have done different to win on this turn? Yes, but it requires such high levels of hindsight, you basically need to know the future to know to do this play. And
okay, so it's not really a misplay if he had no way of knowing what was going to happen next.
It is to simply keep Destiny Hero Plasma on the field with all those equipped cards and never reduce its attack, basically. So you just do the attack, and that's it. You have a 3,800 attack point Plasma, which is a built-in skill drain, which negates the effects of all of the monsters on the field. Chaz won't be able to come back from this. Even if he gets his Armed Dragon level 10 out on his next turn, he can't use its effect, and he won't be strong enough to attack over it. So unfortunately, Chaz is going to have to go on the defensive. So Asta just builds up his attack, keeps attacking over all of his monsters, and eventually he will win. With only 100 life points as well, it is just a matter of time. I think the next card Asta would have drawn was Dogma, and then it would have been Polymerization, and then we could have sort of played from there. So yeah, I do think Asta could have won if he sat on that Plasma, but he was pushing for game. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his play, apart from the set card. We didn't know what it was going to do. So yeah, it was good move by Asta, but really the right play was to actually sit on your floodgate. Alternatively,
by the way, the frame of Plasma and Dogma fusing is what was used for Fusion Destiny. Ah, that's a really cool trivia there. Like, I like when they do that. In some cards, they just include a scene from the anime. Like Cyber Dragon has a lot of cards like this, like with Cyber End Dragon, right? Yeah.
You might be saying, why didn't you use Destiny End Dragoon's effect to pop Armed Dragon level 7 to do 2,700 burn damage? It's because he'd already declared an attack, and you can't use that effect on the same turn you can attack. Technically, based on the wording of the anime version of Destiny End Dragoon, you can, because the way it's worded is a little bit
my god, it's a different card.
States, if you activate this effect,
Dragoon the End. End? Dragoon the End, I guess, makes more sense.
Monsters you control cannot battle this turn. This implies that you are actually allowed to attack, but then as soon as you use this ability, you're not allowed to attack again after that kind of thing. Which I think is probably just being a bit too critical on the wording. The right way to word this card so this doesn't happen is actually what the real word version of Destiny End Dragoon states. Its effect states you cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. That implies a before and after rather than the other effect that just applies like an after kind of thing. So
okay,
yeah. Fun fact, yeah. It's Chaz's turn and the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Armed Dragon level 10. He tributes his Armed Dragon level 7 to special summon it to the field. He then activates its effect. By discarding a card, he can destroy all face-up monsters the opponent controls. Chaz discards Ojama Marking to use its effect. Unfortunately, it's revealed Destiny End Dragoon can't be destroyed by card effects. However, while this seems like a misplay for Chaz, it was a calculated move.
You need the card in the graveyard.
With Ojama Marking in the grave, its effect becomes live. Chaz moves into his battle phase and orders Armed Dragon level 10 to crash into Destiny End Dragoon. Both are destroyed. However, due to Ojama Marking, while it's in the grave, if a monster Chaz controls is destroyed by a battle, it can be banished to special summon an Ojama monster in the grave. Chaz summons back his Ojama Yellow into attack. With all his faith, Chaz orders Ojama Yellow to attack Asta directly.
With 0
if
attack.
This attack is successful, with 0 attack points, Chaz won't win the duel, which Ojama Yellow does reiterate. However, Chaz tells him that he is his ace monster for a reason.
Never forget, chat. Never forget. Never say anything. You are the ace of my deck. I don't want to hear anything. Okay?
And so, Ojama Yellow attacks Asta directly. As he does, Chaz flips up his final trap, Pride Shout. While face up, if a monster Chaz controls with 0 attack points attacks directly, their defense points are used as the damage instead. And so...
Such a shitty card, dude. But this is so iconic, dude. This frame is just so iconic. I love it. Chaz it up, dude. Chaz it up. This is... I have no words. This is just the best thing ever. I don't know what to tell you.
Ojama Yellow inflicts 1000 damage to Asta, perfectly dropping his life points to 0. Chaz wins the duel. Sorry about the lack of alternative plays with this one. This is a very structured duel. Like, very end of this duel, nobody has any cards left in their hand and almost no cards in their spell and trap zones that are able to be like activated or anything like that, because all the cards served a purpose in this duel and they were all used. But
wow! Finally, a duel where everything makes sense. There is no alternative plays. It's just everything was designed properly, well scripted. Amazing.
To the question we posed today, Asta technically might have won if he kept his Destiny Hero Plasma on the field.
But he didn't know.
With a Floodgate and high power attack, there's a very high chance he could have won. Thank you to the Patreons for choosing today's duel analysis. I'm really curious to see what they're going to pick for the next one. Want to watch more duel analyses like this? Well, don't forget to subscribe. But other than that, thank you all for watching. Catch you later.
That's
Bye, everyone.
That's my goat right there.
Instead.
We need the freeze frame there.
Oh, John.
Dude, that's my goat right there. Oh my god, dude, this is insane. Would you still love me if I was an Oyama? Which Oyama? I will love you equally for every Oyama. Dude, that's amazing. Johnny Steps duel. We can watch that in the future, don't worry. Truly the ace of the deck. This is the ace right there. How do you beat, like, literally, like a slap or punch or whatever, one of the best duelists in the world? Insane. Insane. So yeah, thank you so much for that video. That was amazing. I mean, there's nothing much to add. That was perfect. That is a duel. Yeah, and I wish we have more Oyama support. That is that one thing that it kind of bugs me. Like, if we have like proper Oyama support to actually like play it to a decent level, I would have built this already. Because, dude, I might even play it just with a trash version of it. But that's kind of the point of it, like being the underdog. I've seen people playing with Yami, but it kind of defeats the purpose. Also, Pepper, Oyama is a floodgate. That's like, it blocks your zones, right? So technically, it's kind of like a floodgate, but not really. But, yeah. Like, I can't believe that worked. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. Let me know how can we fix Oyamas to make it competitively now. I would love to see that. So yeah, thank you. I feel like I say goodbye like many times during this. I mean, what's the point it's gonna do if you summon Oyama King or Oyama Knight? Nothing. I mean, yeah, you can only use spells and traps, right? That's the only way. Oyama King's total game ender in Duel Links. Oh, in Duel Links, yes. Did we watch something about floodgates? We watched 2 videos about floodgates. So, yeah. Alright. Chat, I'm sorry. I said we were going to react to the Sexal ones, but first we do have to react to this one. I forgot about this video. My bad. Let's just go like really quickly into this one. It's really important. And then we ended with the Sexal, and maybe we'll watch the R5 depending on how it goes. Alright. How to make Oyama meta? Simple. Given a waifu, a stocks increase. What about Oyama Blue? Is Oyama Blue a waifu?
You might be aware that Pokemon players and Yu-Gi-Oh players seem to beef with each other on Twitter
The volume is kinda low.
every 6 months or so. One of the things I always see highlighted in these discussions is the fact that Pokemon is much cheaper to get into and play competitively.
Alright. Pokemon player tries Yu-Gi-Oh for a week. Believe it or not, chat, I actually learned to play the Pokemon TCG before Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just like, I never streamed it or anything, but I actually kinda know what the game was like around a year and a half basically, that I got into the highest rank in the competitive TCG. So I kinda know what we're talking about here compared to the Magic videos where I have no clue what is going on. So let's watch and see the experience of a Pokemon player trying Yu-Gi-Oh!
You might be aware that Pokemon players and Yu-Gi-Oh players seem to beef with each other.
Okay, hold on, I need to read this. You need to stop trying to add Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon. We want a game to get better, not worse. You need to stop trying to add Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon. Interesting. I wonder what this is a reply to. VTuber Juvel. Well, I can already hear that Yu-Gi-Oh! Players going to I wouldn't play anything for a Pokemon deck because you don't have hand traps, Lemao. What a skillless game made for babies because there is no hand traps. And this is the same person again. Months later. Alright, on some real shit though, I wish other TCGs were as cheap as Pokemon is. Like maybe it'd be more willing to try Yu-Gi-Oh! Or One Piece or anything else if decks, from what I've seen, didn't cost like 200 plus each. Well, this got fixed for Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really cheap right now. Well, there is alternatives, right? There are decks that are super cheap, but not every deck is built the same. So I understand in a way that is still true, but there is some really good ones that are super cheap.
On Twitter every 6 months or so.
Oh. Now that you play Pokemon TCG, you should try to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! It's really good. Me trying to read a paragraph amount of words. Yeah. In a really small Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. I agree. Pokemon TCG is weird but neat. It's one of those few games with zero interaction on the other people's turn. Yeah. Totally. I see that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been expensive before. Right now it's relatively cheap. Yes.
One of the things I always see highlighted in these discussions is the fact that Pokemon is much cheaper to get into and play competitively. And I've played.
Wait, hold on. Bro, who says that we don't want hand traps? Who's saying that? Who's saying that we don't want hand traps? Because I feel like people that actually play the game, that people that play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the hand traps. I don't know.
Played games like Magic in the past, and while I had a great time competing, it just got so freaking expensive. And I'd heard things similar about Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, about how that game was super expensive and impossible to play without like taking a mortgage on your house.
Is this an actual gameplay by Jen here? Playing Radiant Typhoon in your first week of playing the game is crazy.
Well, imagine my surprise when I see this tweet pop up in my feed.
Yeah, exactly what I was talking about.
$30? Now I was a bit skeptical at first, because wasn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Supposed to be an expensive game too?
Nope.
I knew that like starter decks existed, but didn't those all just suck compared to what real Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like at tournaments? But nope, I did some follow-up research after seeing this tweet, and apparently 2 out of the 3 decks in the legendary modern decks set were very tournament playable straight out of the box.
Yeah.
And they could be easily upgraded to tier 1 versions just by adding a few extra pieces too.
They were like $10.
Interesting. So I thought about it and debated whether I should give the box a shot. Really just for kicks and giggles, because I figured my Pokemon friends would think it's funny. I play a couple games with my homie, laugh about how absurd Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, and then go back to my merry life, right?
So true.
Well, I did just that. I went to my local Best Buy and bought a box. I posted a picture of me buying the deck on my Twitter, expecting like maybe 4 or 5 of my Pokemon followers to laugh about it. I only had like 200 followers. I'm not a major content creator or famous player or anything, so no one would really care about my experiences getting into
I care. I care.
Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Oh, 84k views. That's huge. 100k views. Jesus. My opinion on Yu-Gi-Oh after watching a deck guide on solitaire one game is that literally just embodiment of this meme. Yeah. So so all of this to get to that one card. Awesome. Huge.
Well, I guess people really did care about my experience of getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! So I decided I couldn't let the people down. I was going to start learning the game and taking it seriously. I downloaded Master Duel, watched some deck and combo guides, brushed up on how the chain works, and all that stuff. It was information overload.
This is already going so well, right? This is what you have to do when you're trying to learn a game like this.
But I grinded my way through it all. I even managed to win a game on Master Duel after like 5 or 6 attempts. And let me tell you, I haven't felt that proud of accomplishing anything in a game since like when I got into Dark Souls back in 2016 and I beat some of the toughest bosses in that game.
Yu-Gi-Oh is the Dark Souls of card games. You hear it here first. Go and subscribe to GNTCG right now for that. Go right now and subscribe. You really have to do it. That is such a statement. Deserves everything. And that's a nice concept, but it really depends on how much the hand trap in question really does. Yeah, I can see it. We only have hand traps because big. Oh my god! I haven't just realized the opponent has no extra deck. You're so right. What could the opponent be playing here?
So after a few days of learning the game and talking to so many nice people on Twitter about it, I decided that I wanted to share my experience and what it's been like as a new Yu-Gi-Oh player in 2026. I also thought I'd share some of the similarities and differences between Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon that I've noticed, at least so far.
Learning the
Where
game.
do I even start? This game is so fucking hard.
Yeah?
The learning curve is insane. Wanna know how hard Pokemon is? I've taught people the complete rules of the game in under 10 minutes.
Yes.
Including some corner cases that aren't immediately obvious too, like damage versus damage counters placed by effects of attacks. They might have a couple of reminder questions when we play our first game, like maybe how many supporters you can play, or how many items you can play in a turn, or whether you can evolve on the first turn you play a Pokemon. But generally they'll understand the rules well enough to play in a tournament setting after like just 1 or 2 practice games.
That is so true. That is absolutely true. Like you probably miss some details, but there are details. And then you play the game and you're like, oh, I cannot do this in the first turn. Oh, okay. Oh, I can only do this once per turn. Oh, okay. And that's it. You only need to explain that one time, right? You explain it one time and it's done. You already know it, right? But Yu-Gi-Oh is it's so weird, dude. It's so weird.
Now Yu-Gi-Oh on the other hand, let's just say I wasn't expecting the chain to be so confusing. I played Magic the Gathering competitively in the past, so I'm familiar with the idea of playing cards on your opponent's turn, but Yu-Gi-Oh kicks it up a notch with how the chain works, and how priority gets passed between players. It took a while for me to wrap my head around the various spell speeds, and I know on more than one occasion I was angry at Master Duel for skipping a chance to let me activate a monster effect, only for me to realize later that it wasn't a quick effect so it couldn't be activated at all. This isn't even getting into more intricate stuff like monster abilities going on a different, entirely separate chain when they're summoned from a first chain. I still haven't quite wrapped my head around that yet.
That's what I'm thinking, right? If the quick effects and, activating something in your opponent's turn is the weird part of Yu-Gi-Oh, which, because other games don't have the interaction, right? How are you playing Radiant Typhoon, which is like kind of dependent on that, right? On quick effects. When I learned to play the game properly, I was playing Cyber Dragons, which is a going second one, right? So you kind of play only on your turn. You don't have that many interactions. But like Jen is doing an amazing job if they learn with Radiant Typhoon. It's such a confusing deck, especially for someone who is not familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh. I guess it could be worse.
One thing that I've noticed is that out of the big 3 card games, that being Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon, Magic tends to play off the top of the deck a lot more, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon tend to have a lot more tutors. I picked up and played Magic decks before without knowing any of the cards in the deck, and I've been just fine, since you're usually limited to only playing the cards from your hand onto the board. You're not really searching your deck for cards every single turn. Tutors are fun, and I do like what Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon do with them, but in my experience, having to choose a card in your deck really puts pressure on you to pick the correct card every single time.
Well,
Both games
yeah.
have a lot of tutors, but I think where they differ is how easy or obvious the correct card choice is when it comes to using a given tutor. For example, in Pokemon, if my board has a copy of Ralts on it, and I play an Ultra Ball, it's pretty obvious that I most likely want to get a Kirlia because Kirlia says right on the card to evolve Ralts into it. It gets more complicated with cards like Arven or Secret Box, which can get multiple cards. But in general, I found that the correct card to get based on the board in Pokemon is usually at least fairly obvious. Or at the very least, even if the card you grab isn't optimal, it would have to be pretty deliberate for you to grab a completely useless card. In other words, using deck search is a skill that even brand new players can learn quickly without having to spend 2 minutes thumbing through their deck and reading each of their cards to choose the right one every single time.
Okay, I understand. I understand this. Just when you search for cards, it's like simple to understand what you need to search for in Pokemon. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you just activate a searcher and then you see a list of cards, a big list of cards, and I'm like, okay, what do I get in this situation in particular? You have to think so far ahead, right? I think chains in Yu-Gi-Oh are straightforward. You chain effects, resolve everything, and then check if more effects go trigger before continuing the turn. Magic stacks. Yeah, magic stacks are like more confusing, I think, because I think they have priorities or something. I don't remember. No, I feel like chains are confusing because you need to understand what is cost and what is the effect. That's what makes it confusing, because if you understand that difference as a new player, you see, wait, why does this activate already and then my opponent does something but the full effect is not done, right? So for us right now that we already know the game, differentiating between cost and effect, oh, that makes sense. But for new players, sometimes it's like the semicolon, I think it's called, semicolon. Cost and effects can be confusing, that's true. Yeah, that's what makes the chains difficult to understand, in my opinion, right? And because sometimes you see effects that, oh, when this is destroyed, it should activate. But then the chain still goes, right? And then after the chain is done, then you can activate the effect of the thing when it's destroyed. The whens and thing, right? The ifs and whens. It's like complicated. That's why, like, in theory, it makes sense, right? But because there is so many things going on at the same time that they are not intuitive for new players. And well, as someone who has like who has tried to teach this game to a new player, I can understand this, how that's confusing, right? The ifs and whens are also confusing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that the chains are confusing because of the extra stuff, not the chain itself, but rather like everything that could happen during the chain. I could see searching a useless card in order to think your deck before you activate the draw effect. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. I can see that. Demon also has simple searching. Yeah, I can see that most games will probably have that. That cool tune, chain negate monster, probably makes this worse. Oh yeah, that you negate something that was previously on the chain. Well, yeah, that's one card, right? I guess I can see it. Yeah, and it's also not a cool tune card. It's just a card.
But my experience playing Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't like this at all. The deck I decided to build on Masterduel was the Radiant Typhoon deck.
That's
and
wild.
who knows, maybe it's just the deck I decided to start with. But this deck uses a ton of cards that can search out monsters that say Radiant Typhoon in their name. So when I would use a card like Radiant Typhoon Crocea, I would get like 8 different options thrown up on my screen. And since I'm new, it's not obvious which one is the best one to choose. I had to read every single card to remember what their effects even were. Was this one the monster that gets a level 4 Radiant Typhoon monster?
That's so true. You, especially when you're running out of time learning the game, you have to read everything and try to remember, wait, what this card does exactly? Because every card has like 3 effects or something.
Was this one the one that gets a spell or trap? Was this one the one that shuffles stuff on my opponent's board back into their deck? Then once I read the cards, I had to think how I wanted to play out the rest of my turn. Which Radiant Typhoon monster do I end up going for? I ended up using so much time just to wrap my head around the possibilities and then figure out what the best option even was. And it doesn't even stop there either. Once I'd get my engine pieces set up on the board, I had even more decisions to make when it came to which extra deck monster to pivot into. Do I summon Totem Bird here? Little Knight? IP Masquerena? Radiant Typhoon Varuroon? Great Fly? Wind the Wind Charmer? This stuff is probably really obvious to experienced players, but let me tell you, I literally timed out 80% of my matches when...
So true, 100%. This always happens to new players. Especially with this level of complexity for the deck, right? That's what I'm saying. You have to read so much. This not only do the cards have essays printed on each one of them, but also they don't give you very much time at all to read the cards, since you will just time out and lose. I'm sorry, opponent. I'm new to this game. I'm sure the opponent doesn't mind.
Starting out, because I had to spend so much time reading my cards to even try and figure out which one was the correct one to play. This sort of decision paralysis is where I stumbled the most this week when trying to learn how to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! And also, as an aside, I also played the Mitsurugi deck in paper, and let me tell you, trying to decide what to grab was so much worse with this than when I played Radiant Typhoon on Master Duel, because at least on Master Duel,
Mitsurugi, dude.
it filters out the valid search targets for you, and it formats the effects to be a little bit more readable. Though that being said, on the topic of spending a ton of time reading my cards, I don't want to beat a dead horse, since I know this has already been memed about to death, but oh my god, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Show the
cards are
Endymion.
a pain to read. This is probably the most wordy Pokemon
Show the
card
Endymion.
that sees any play right now. Its first ability is a play effect that gets up to 5 darkness energy from your deck and puts on your Pokemon the same Marnies on them. Then, it also has an attack that does 180 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon and 30 to one of the bench monsters.
You want to do it, you know you want
It's not
to.
the simplest card out there, but because of how it separates out the ability and the attack, it's pretty easy for me to read. Now, let's compare this to a Yu-Gi-Oh card that stumped me for a while. Super Star Slayer Typhon.
Okay. What? What? This is not that bad. I thought we were gonna show a pendulum here. I thought we were gonna show like Sark or like the Endymion guy. Is Typhon confusing?
Again, I'm not gonna harp on this too long because I know it's already been talked about to death, but like, couldn't the designers have at least put line breaks or bullet points or something to separate out these abilities?
Oh, because this. Okay, I understand the complaint here. Because I'm pretty sure this has the same amount of words. It's just like how it's structured. Okay.
I know Master Duel does this, and I'm also aware that in Asia they number out the abilities on physical cards, but it still sucks playing them in paper in the US.
Yeah.
The first deck I played was the Mitsurugi deck that came with the Legendary Modern Decks collection. And oh my god, this product wasn't made for brand new players at all, was it?
Nope.
To help you understand where I'm coming from, because this might sound ridiculous to you guys that I bought a structure deck like this to start with, let me tell you about how Pokemon does it. Pokemon has introductory decks called League Battle decks. These are generally ever so slightly simplified, yet tier 1 archetypes that are designed for new players to buy and get into competitive Pokemon with.
Sounds
in the Pokemon
good.
community, whenever a new player joins the scene, it's very common advice to just tell them, hey, go buy one of the League Battle decks, play it at a few tournaments, and then upgrade it whenever you feel ready.
Play it at tournaments. People are just buying cards and playing at tournaments, and I'm here like spending a whole year trying to mentally prepare for for playing locals. That's crazy.
This is very good advice, mind you. 3 of the latest of the decks are based around Dragapult, Gardevoir, and Charizard, which have all won major tournaments in the last year. So players will pick up the decks, get a feel for how the tier 1 archetype works at its core, and then upgrade it with more optimized tutors and tech cards and the like. It's overall a fantastic experience for new players, since the decks are pretty easy to play at a basic level. I know a ton of people who've gone this route and then become entrenched Pokemon players.
Wow.
Heck, this is how I got into Pokemon in the first place. I bought a Charizard League Battle deck back in late 2024, and then fell in love with the game soon after.
To be fair, Pendulum is not really relevant right now. Typhon is confusing. Like, what do you mean it's a rank 12? You can summon without well, it's literally written in the card. The pendulums are the ones that are confusing because you don't understand what pendulums do exactly because it's not written in the card. But I see the point that it's confusing. Yeah, I see it.
So I was expecting something similar in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'll fully admit, maybe this one is on me. Maybe there is a product out there that really is both ready to play at tournaments and yet still easy for beginners to pick up the game and learn it with. But in my opinion, the Legendary Modern decks were absolutely not made for beginners. At least not for beginners who didn't want to be chucked straight into the deep end of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pool. I absolutely could not pick up and play the deck. I had to ask so many questions to the poor guy I was playing with. I felt so bad for him. If I told a person...
That's my biggest fear, dude. That's my biggest fear. Having to actually ask the other guy. I feel so bad.
Person who's never played a card game before to start with the legendary modern decks. 9 out of 10 times, they would get so frustrated at the complexity and probably just bounce off of Yu-Gi-Oh! Entirely. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing the product itself. I think the Dex collection is a fantastic product and I'm still so happy I bought it. I think I'll most likely be upgrading the Mitsurugi deck if I move to a place that has a strong in-person Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene. But it absolutely was not a pick-up-and-play experience for beginners. And
Yeah,
unless
probably
there
not.
actually is a product that does this well that's also tournament viable, then I think it's a bit of a shame that there's no good equivalent to Pokemon's League Battle decks in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Is there a deck that is easy to play but and also competitively viable? I feel like Sky Striker is closer to that than Mitsurugi, but it's still not it. But Sky Striker is definitely easier to play, I think. I think, at least. Like, it's simpler to understand. The cards are also easier to read. But it's still complicated, I think. I don't know if there is another deck that you can get here. No, I don't think there is. I remember a guy at a near card shop who tried to use Cold Buy as a hand trap, and then on his turn, and he asked if he could use it now and what the difference was. Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah, because that is not written in the card, right? You say quick spell. Oh yeah, I can activate it from my hand. Yeah, that's a hand trap, right? Obviously, of course. Mystical Space Typhoon, I can activate it in your opponent's turn, obviously.
I could make an entire video about Pokemon TCG Live, which is Pokemon's digital client. It's pretty notorious in the Pokemon community for being bare bones, buggy, and overall just kind of ugly to look at. But on the bright side,
I think it looks better than Master Duel. I think it looks better than Master Duel. I don't know.
By far the most generous digital card game I've ever played. Even more so than Legends of Runeterra if any of you guys played that. Rest in peace, Legends of Runeterra PvP. I've played Pokemon TCG Live off and on for about a year and a half, and I have so much digital currency that I can literally craft every single relevant deck in the format like 10 times over. I'm never going to run out of crafting materials. In fact, it's physically impossible to spend money in Pokemon TCG Live. This game exists to be a companion to paper cards, instead of a vehicle for Pokemon to make money off of. On the other hand, Master Duel seems to me like it's the complete opposite of Pokemon's digital client.
Okay, I wouldn't say that, but yes.
It's pop-in animations for boss monsters when you summon them, it has cool sound effects, the cards look modern, the animations are sleek, and it's generally just a pretty enjoyable experience to play. But, and I might ruffle some feathers when I say this, but I do have to say it, the economy is just not nearly as good as the Pokemon TCG Live economy.
I agree. Because in Pokemon, you can decraft, basically, you can dismantle every card that you want, and they give you, like, there's only one currency, basically, right? There is no N, R, SR, and UR. Everything is the same. Obviously, if you get enough normal cards, you get, like, very few points, but those, like, stack up, right? So you can get a very good card, like expensive card, with that. So it's like way easier, right? But in Master Duel, the only thing that matters basically is UR and SR in some cases, but mostly UR, right? So yeah.
Pokemon TCG Live gives you tons of starter decks completely for free, and many of these need very little dust to craft into tournament-winning versions. Yu-Gi-Oh! Seemed to shower me in gems really early on when creating my account, but once I used these gems to buy the selection packs I thought were the best, it got so much more stingy. It seems like they really want you to spend money on the game.
Okay, I need to see what decks were created
Selection
here.
packs I thought were the best, it got so much more stingy. It seems like they really...
Ah, what is this? Sky Strikers? I see. Budget Radiant Typhoon. And this is a Radiant Typhoon. The starting deck, Link Generation. I see, I understand.
really want you to spend money on the game, and I've had to get used to the change from being spoiled by Pokemon to have...
Dude, look at these cards. Typhon, Zeus. We're missing staples here.
to save up cards to dust in Master Duel. I still haven't even finished my Radiant Typhoon deck since I'm missing some key staples I want to run like Called by the Grave and Moltarmi Fool.
You have the Dark Magician. Price for a week? I'm putting my detective hat on right now. I feel like the Dark Magician has been out of the Royal Dark Magician has been out of it for a while. I think this is more than a week, but sure, it could be. This is from 8 days ago. I don't know.
Follows. Another thing that's annoyed me a bit, those League Battle decks I've been talking about previously, well in paper Pokemon TCG, whenever you buy anything physically, whether it be a pack or a precon, it always comes with a QR code you can scan in Pokemon TCG Live to get a digital version of. In other words, when you buy a League Battle deck online or at your local game store, you get a free copy to mess around with in PTCGL as well. I was disappointed when I learned that in Master Duel didn't have this feature at all. I was hoping to get Mitsurugi practice in Master Duel, since I thought the deck was really fun on paper, but alas, that wasn't really possible.
Right now you cannot get Mitsurugi easily, right? They don't have you have to craft it. There is not even a package for that as like a Sky Striker, right? That's also a thing, right? Some cards are like, if you want to play Draco Tail, what do? You have to craft every single card individually. It's not possible. It was part of the 4th anniversary event, but wasn't that like 3 months ago? I guess I don't know. Maybe I think it ended like a month ago, probably. Yeah, maybe this video took time to be made. Maybe. Does a guaranteed royal from login thing? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They had to play it during that week, but that was like over a month ago, I'm pretty sure. I remember in older Yu-Gi-Oh games, you could input the card code on the bottom of the real card to get it in the game. Huh. No, the DM was not a random pack UR Royal, it was guaranteed. No, I know you could just get it while playing the game. I'm just saying that you will have to play the game during that time, but that time ended like over a month ago, I'm pretty sure. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It's like a detail. Okay, but you're right. It's easier than I thought. So they just have to boot the game, so it doesn't matter. Oh, so they are level 10. Could you imagine if they were like level 35 or something in their video about learning Yu-Gi-Oh? That would be crazy, right? That would be messed up.
So overall, after spending 1 week playing Yu-Gi-Oh, what are my thoughts? Well, I think it's a great game. It definitely lives up to its reputation of being super difficult to learn, much more so than any other card game I've played. I think if they wanted to, Konami could simplify the effects of new cards to make it easier for people to get into the game, but I think reducing complexity would also cut down on some gameplay intricacies that I know I'd enjoy once I managed to wrap my head around them. I do think there are some improvements that could be made to the layout of the cards to help them be easier to read.
Definitely.
But in my opinion, a lot of the complexity of reading cards is also just because of the way that Yu-Gi-Oh cards are designed. And I do think that Master Duel gets a lot right in terms of how it feels to play, but I can confidently say that I hate how its economy is set up. So what's next for me?
Well, honestly, all of this is perfectly valid. I played way more than a week, in fairness. No, I know. I'm just joking. Come on. Just a little joke.
I plan on playing this game even more. I really want to try going to some local tournaments, since I found that locals are the best way to improve at card games while making some new friends too.
That's the hardest part for me.
Who knows, eventually I might make it out to a YCS at some point.
Whoa.
I've been to 4 Pokemon regionals, which are roughly the equivalent of YCSs, and they've all been a ton of fun. I'd be curious to see what the differences between Pokemon regionals and Yu-Gi-Oh! YCSs are. Anyways, thank you for watching. This is my first YouTube video I've ever made, and so let me know what your thoughts are. Be sure to
really? First video doesn't seem like it. Interesting. Reminds me of someone.
And subscribe if you enjoyed my content. I might make future videos, who knows. Until then, I will see you all later.
That was a really cool video. That was a really good one. I wasn't expecting this to be the first video. I feel like I'm having a deja vu right now. But it's true.
Opposite of Pokemon.
Okay, the first YouTube video from yeah, no. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I'm really curious now where this goes. Really awesome video, honestly. And it's interesting to see, obviously, the perspective of a new player. Always, 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 the perspective of a new player. It's it says a lot about what the game really is like, right? Because we're used to it and we don't think about it the same way those outsiders do. And we kind of put things into perspective. Yeah. In fairness, this is like the fourth creator whose first video was, let me try Yu-Gi-Oh! And it blew up. I'm pretty sure there is more than 4. But yeah, I feel it feels weird that it recently it's been happening often. So yeah, maybe I should have done that. Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I think of that? Why? It's too late for me now. Should I do that video again? Not again, because I never did it. I made a short. I just made a short about it. Should I make that video? Like how it's been like, what, 7? Like around 6 or 7 months, I think. Like, no, I'm not joking. I'm not making a 6 or 7 joke. I actually don't remember. Maybe I should do that. I've been inspired again by another creator getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! So maybe we will do that. But yeah, as always, awesome video. Thank you. It is definitely interesting to see a new player's opinion of the game. So it makes sense. It's been happening often. Yeah. I'd offer to be friends, but that's too parasocial for me. No, I mean IRL. I'm obviously looking for what am I talking about? Like someone IRL to play the game with, right? That's the hard part for me. Like IRL, online. I'm not lacking of I'm not craving for some. Like I'm fine, right? It's the thing is like IRL is different. I know, I just couldn't pass the opportunity for the joke. Yeah, okay. It's cool to see it from a Pokemon player perspective because of how different the game is from Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, exactly. It's like we got a completely different perspective coming from Pokemon. Which is actually what I played before, but I wasn't obviously at the level of Jen here. Jen clearly had way more experience than I had with Pokemon because of the fact that they played on paper, right? On paper and participated in tournaments. I only played the what's it called? The oh my god. The online client, right? The online game, right? And even though I made it like to the highest rank, which was the Master Ball thing, it was like, okay, like what do I do now? Everyone is playing the same. It got boring to me. I don't know. Maybe it would have been different in paper. Who knows? I played 1 month of Pokemon and I can barely call it played because I ran Gotilid Lock, which is like Stun Turbo. Okay, no. I played Charizard. I played the Charizard, which at the time was the best deck. And what was it? It was like the terrestrialized Charizard, like that dark type Charizard. And it was really fun. It was really fun. It's just big monster, big attack. Charizard, the Floodgate. Charizard is not a Floodgate. What are you talking about? It's the opposite. It's just a big monster with big numbers, right? Either you have something with more attack or you don't. That's it. Actually, I don't remember how the game works. But they have HP, right? They have HP. So, and it has also like a lot of attack and a lot of HP. I think it gets more attack the less prize cards you had or something. I don't remember, dude. It's been like 2 years, I think, since I played the game. So I don't remember. But it was basically something that you summon and it had a bunch of attack, a lot of HP, and it was basically a big boss monster. But it wasn't a Floodgate, obviously. Budew is the Floodgate. There's a lot of Floodgates. I remember I hated Snorlax. Snorlax was the annoying one. Snorlax was such a the floodgate. You can only attack it, I think, with Pokemon that have certain attack, I think. And all my Pokemon had more attack than that, so I just couldn't win with the deck that I was playing. Yeah. Alright, that's it. That's the video. I don't know. That's the video. I don't know why I went to that tangent. I guess it's relevant, but yeah. Well, we turned this 13 minutes video into a 35 minutes video. Interesting. That's awesome. Alright, chat, this is what you were waiting for. What you were waiting for, chat. We're so ready. We have been here for almost 4 hours, and we're gonna watch the thing from the thumbnail. But first, let me go pee really quick. I will let you watch the 5Ds before I go pee. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Even the tiniest scrap has value, and this monster will prove it. Synchro summon. Appear, Junk Warrior. The hopes of the world coalesce into a single star. Let's rev it up! Synchro Summon! Take flight! Stardust Dragon! Let's rev it up! Spread your wings and soar to new heights! Be transformed by the winds of destiny! Excel Synchro! Appear, Shooting Star Dragon! Witness why I am known as the true king! Synchro Summon! My soul! Red Dragon!
Well, I took way... Okay, I'm not gonna blue ball you here. Let's just watch it. Did you forget Quasar? Dude, the chat woke up when I show this, dude. The chat woke up, actually. Yeah, I need to summon Young Warrior in Duel Links. I need to put his support in Duel Links. Yeah. This is an animation where you say glow gold. I'm gonna ask for everything that I missed after we're done watching the whole thing until Gold Rush. When we're done with Gold Rush, we're gonna watch everything that we missed, okay? And some extra stuff I'm gonna ask for that on the Discord. The Discord is in the pin message, by the way. And we're gonna watch all of that, right? And if we miss something, well, tough luck. I don't know. Thank you, boss. But yeah, hello, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. You need to finish your TCG so you can so you can eat your Duel Links, okay? First you need to finish your TCG. If you don't finish your TCG, you cannot eat any Duel Links. No. Quasar doesn't have an animation, but you say it does have a thing where he goes gold when you summon it. Oh, I see. Don't worry, basically you say turn gold when you summon Quasar, but the monster itself doesn't have an animation. Oh, okay. I've heard a lot about that. It's like, oh yeah, the summoning is the same one, but the character is different, but we're watching the summoning animations, not the dialogue that much. I don't think Quasar has an animation in Tag Force. Okay. But TCG tastes like cardboard. Yeah, that's good for you. Cardboard is good for you. Okay? Anyways, let's watch. Wait, what?
Rise on up, number 39, Utopia! Rise on up, number 39, Utopia!
Okay, before I like that they say the name. They don't say Utopia, right? They say number 39, Utopia. That is so funny. That sounds so awkward to say because I'm pretty sure like most characters are gonna say something like that. I didn't think about it. Now, chat, I know what you're thinking. Dub bad? Is the dub bad? I like it, and I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Wait, what? We're something strong with this one. This is really good. What the hell? Actual background music? Oh, I didn't realize. That's awesome. Wait. Wait, what? That's kind of fire. Wait, hold on.
Chaos exceeds evolution! The protector who changes chaos into light. Chaos number 39, Utopia Ray!
Chaos exceeds evolution! The protector who changes chaos into light!
Okay.
Chaos number 39, Utopia Ray!
Chaos number 39. Interesting. That's awesome. I prefer the regular Utopia, but that's awesome. Okay, I understand the complaints with the voice, but like I don't know what to tell you. Like we already started watching in English. We're gonna finish in English. We're gonna finish it. Okay, you're gonna finish it. You're gonna like it. We're gonna hear a lot of number 39. Is there more? I mean, I know there is more versions, but is there animation for more versions?
I built the overlay network. I exceed summon. I special summon a monster.
I special summon a monster. What the hell was that? Okay.
Chaos exceeds evolution. Hope surrounds the living to power the future. Chaos number 39, Utopia Ray Victory!
Okay.
Chaos exceeds evolution! Hope surrounds the living to power the future! Chaos number 39, Utopia Ray Victory!
It doesn't sound as awkward as you would imagine. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. That's really cool.
From the darkness of the universe comes a ray of hope. The true embodiment of the light. Say hello to Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon.
I think I never heard the voice of this guy in English. I don't know why. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is very simple. It goes straight to the point. Yeah, no, I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Astral voice carried. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's cool.
This denizen of the deep is thirsting for a feeding frenzy. Here's number 32, Shark Drake.
That's also a cool voice line. Yeah, this sounds correct. That looks correct. I mean,
Here's Fairy Cheer Girl.
I've never seen this in my life. I don't know. This looks rough.
Descend from the skies! Ice Beast Zero Fine!
Okay, I think I understand. We're already like what 33 minutes in. of watching this, and I understand what I like and what I don't like. I think what I like is when they show just a little bit of the monster first, or like some aspect of the monster first, and then it only shows the actual monster at the end. If they show the monster from the start and it's just like dancing around, moving around, doing things, is where it loses aura, right? But for example, where with other monsters, they show a little bit of it, right? And then it goes into it. That's when it looks good to me, in my opinion. So I'm gonna be more conscious of that now and see when it's good for me. My personal taste.
Appear, number 103, Ragna Zero. Appear, number 103, Ragna Zero.
Awesome. See, this is better because they show the number like that, I guess.
10 Archduke.
Okay, that's correct.
Make way for the train that'll derail your chance to win.
That's an awesome voice line.
Chug on in, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
I'm sorry, but when the names are so long, it sounds so funny. When they go into a long name like that, it just like I cannot take it seriously. Hold on, I need that again.
Train that'll derail your chance to win. Chug on in, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
I can't, dude. Okay. Jesus. Alright, this is perfect. This is actually perfect. This is perfection. Do you see how this... Do you understand what I mean? You understand what I mean now? Hold on.
Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
I'm not even a train otaku here, right? But look at this. They show the railway first, right? They start with the railway. And then it slowly comes out. But this is not a canon. This is just like blocks, right? This is a Minecraft creation. They show like small parts of it, right? It's getting ready, right? And then it starts like that, and then it ends in the full thing. So this is exactly what I want. This is perfect, absolutely perfect. This is the best animation. Like I wish everything was like this. Obviously, not everything can be like this for obvious reasons, but this is perfect use of an animation. I will watch this every time.
Reveal yourself. Number 6, Chronomaly Atlantis.
I've never seen this guy in my life. Sure, I mean, that's okay.
Here, number 15.
Feet?
Raise the curtain of darkness. Gimmick puppet giant grinder.
Feet and grinder? Alright, this is also a really good one because you see small elements of it and then it appears. I don't like the feet in my face, but I appreciate it.
Appear, number 9. It's destiny for the Earth to swallow the galaxy. Dyson Sphere.
Okay. Yeah, this is closer to what I like. It's just like the thing is not that interesting by itself, but it is cool. Yes, it's just floating there. I don't think there is much that you can do with this.
Crush the world in your mighty fist. Number 106, Giant Head.
Okay.
Crush the world in your mighty fist! Number 106, Giant Head!
Also good one. They start with every finger and then it just shows the full hand. Cool.
Step into the ring. Number 105, Battling Boxer Star says this. Step into the ring. Number 105, Battling Boxer Star says this.
Okay. Alright, I don't like this one. See, it starts great and then it goes like, we get it, you're a boxer. We get it. He went for too long.
Clad in light, exceed the boundaries of time and arrive. Number 102, Star Seraph Sentry. Clad in light, exceed the boundaries of time and arrive. Number 102, Star Seraph Sentry.
Uh-huh.
Number 104! Force these foolish insects to grovel at your feet! Masquerade! Number 104! Force these foolish insects to grovel at your feet! Masquerade!
That's a really cool voice line. I know people love this character. You love it, Chad. You love it. What's his name? Vector? Yeah? Yeah, that's good. That's good.
A behemoth with the ability to bend time to do its will. Arise, for we shall claim victory for Barian. Number 107, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon! A behemoth with the ability to bend time to do its will. Arise, for we shall claim victory for Barian. Number 107, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon!
The name's so long, dude. Yo, that's the guy! That's really cool. That's a really cool one. That's a really cool one. Ooh, interesting. There's no more characters. I'm pretty sure there is more characters, but I get the point. I'm sure we'll get them one. Okay, I feel so bad, but my favorite I think is this one. The Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max. I think that's my favorite. I just think it does everything well. Like this, the railway first, then slowly coming out, then all the parts like assembling or disassembling, I guess. And then this? So much aura, dude. I feel like this is my favorite from all of it, I think. Maybe it's recency bias. Maybe we will make a tier list at the end or something. But right now, I feel like this is the best one. This is the best one. I don't know. If it's not this one, then what else was really good? Did I say something being really? Also, the first one was really cool. The Utopia, right? See, the wings first, then the hand, then the shoulder pads, then the face, and the number. And they don't show the full body until the end. That's what I like. This is my second favorite. Maybe, I mean, in a good day, this could be my favorite too, because, I don't know, Utopia seems more interesting design-wise, to me at least, than the Rail Cannon Gustav Max. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Between those two, everything else was also alright. I don't think there was one that was straight up bad. But yeah, that's gonna be my favorite. They forgot Nash? Didn't we see Nash? Is this not Nash? Am I crazy? Is Nash and Shark the same person? Or Huge Gun train though? Yeah. Shark and Nash are the same person? Yes. Well, that's the guy. I mean, we didn't see him as a variant, I think it's called. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. Let me know what's your favorite, chat, and we will go into the next one. Shark and Nash are two different characters here. Wait, really? Nash and Shark are the same guy, but different characters, like Rion. Okay, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. So, it's the same guy in lore, but it's like presented as different characters in the game, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Like so they're missing one. Yeah. Okay. Got it. And we will get it. We will see it when we go into everything that we missed. So don't worry about it. I already see people panicking in the comments. So yeah, let's go to the next one. All right, chat. Let's go into Arc 5 already. Let's go into Arc 5 already. Like, we're doing both today, and then we'll do brains and the rest in a future stream. Do we have time? Hold on. You have 20 minutes. I'll break. My god, my Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon is coming. R5 has good animations too. Luna Light. Oh no. There is no Liger Dancer in this, right? Liger Dancer wasn't part of the anime, right? I think. I can't believe the voice of Yuya voices Yuto, Yugo, Yuri, and Yuya's dad. What? Alright, let's watch.
Turn up the heat! On Ice Pendulum Dragon!
Yeah. Okay, focuses on the eyes, makes sense. I didn't like this one. I know it's cool that he's doing the pose from the card, but it just looks so silly. It just looks too silly. It already shows the full monster and then showing the details on the back. I feel like nah, this is not it.
Cloaked in shadows.
There's only one for the protagonist? We instantly go into the other guys? Okay.
Relentless in its objective. I Xyz summon. Rise up. Rank 4 Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. Cloaked in shadows and relentless in its objective. I Xyz summon. Rise up. Rank 4 Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon!
Okay, I understand why now. Okay, it's because he's gonna summon all the guys. Holy. Okay, this seems really cool. Hold on, let me watch it again. I didn't process it fully.
Rebellion Xyz Dragon!
See, tail, arms, wings. And it just shows a little bit of moving fast. I think this is way cooler. than the previous one. It also kinda ends in the same pose, but it looks better here. Yeah, I like this one.
Beat your wings to whip up a whirlwind of destruction! I Synchro Summon! Level 7 Clear Wing Synchro Dragon! Beat your wings to whip up a whirlwind of destruction! I Synchro Summon! Level 7 Clear Wing Synchro Dragon!
The Yuri jumpscare, dude.
To whip up a whirlwind of destruction! I Synchro Summon! Here's level 7 Clear Wing Synchro Dragon!
Oh no, I already know this. I'm not gonna like this one. I guess it's cool.
My plans have never
never been more ravenous. I'll graft these together to create a botanical nightmare. Fusion summon! You're no match for this toxic predator. Arise, starving venom fusion dragon!
Dude, that was such a long introduction. I love the voice actor is killing it, right? The voice actor is killing it, but he just goes for so long. It just like kind of loses the point of it. I don't know. I like the voice actor here. The voice actor is doing like a really cool voice, but it just goes for too long.
My monsters become one to open new possibilities. Fusion summon! Arise, starving venom fusion dragon!
Oh, you're right. All of those are voiced by the same guy. All right. I really like this one. I'm not biased. Is there super polymerization? Can you summon this with your opponent's monster in Duel Links? Is that a thing? Or because I always have to ask, right? Because I cannot assume that. Yes. Okay. I'm biased. I'm sorry, but this is the coolest thing ever. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, you can. But you have to use Yuri to play animation. Super Poly is a thing in Yuri. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. I don't know. I'm biased, but I think this might be. It's between right now. It's between this one and the Dark Rebellion. One of those two. Maybe we'll see if we get something better.
I join my mom.
Yuri even has special lines when using the Super Poly. Oh, I want to hear that. Not right now, but we will get there. That sounds amazing.
To create a dragon that's all the rage. Emerge from the fires of calamity. Odd Eye's raging dragon.
I join my monsters to create a dragon that's all the rage. Emerge from the fires of calamity. Odd Eye's raging dragon.
Okay. All right, we're cooking here. All right, this is a really cool one.
The fearsome immortal who commands
Oh my god, who is this?
of all.
Not this. This. What is this?
Triple D Doom King Armageddon.
So anticlimactic, dude. It's just a torso. Triple D, yeah. What is this?
Dolph's bringing out the biggest, baddest samurai of them all! Level 8 Super Heavy Samurai Big Ben K!
What is his name, dude?
Level 8 Super Heavy Samurai Big Ben K!
That's cool. That's awesome.
Sing together a sensational duet! I fusion summon! Blossom in the spotlight! Bloom Diva, the melodious choir!
Alright. Okay. I went for too long, but I like how it starts with the flowers, the flower field, and then it shows the flower, like, I don't know what is the term in English, I'm sorry. I don't know my flower terminology in English, but yeah, it just opens up or whatever, and it shows the monster inside. That's really cool. I like that. Blooming? Is that the word? Yeah, that.
New lunar legend! Fusion summon! The majestic, the mighty, the masterful! Luna Light Leo Dancer!
Alright, she sold me. She sold me into that. I was like, yeah, it's just Leo Dancer. But the way that she does the majestic, the mighty, the masterful. Dude, that's really cool. Hold on, I need this again.
a new lunar legend. Fusion Summon! The majestic, the mighty, the masterful! Luna Light Leo Dancer!
Yeah. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Okay. Okay. I thought it was, oh, they are already revealing everything. But then the mask breaking is huge. Okay, honestly, these have gotten progressively better, right? These keep getting better. Like the Sexal and Arc 5 or Seal, however you pronounce it, are like really good. I really like this one. I wasn't expecting it. I was already like, oh yeah, but it's the mask thing.
The masterful! Luna Light Leo Dancer!
Cinema. Cinema. I don't think it's better than the train, but it's up there. Top 5, I think. This is top 5.
My beautiful birds, spread your wings above the battlefield! Xyz Summon! From high above, rank 1 Lyrilusk assembled Nightingale!
Okay, this is so disappointing compared to the other one.
With the power of a wicked wintertime blizzard! Synchro Summon! Level 7 Wind Witch Winterbell!
Okay. That's cool. I liked it. I've never seen this. Wind Witch Winterbell. I never seen this card, but like it looks really cool. I like the animation.
Allow me to introduce Abyss Actor Superstar.
I love the voice. Oh no. It's alright.
Edge of sharpness and fury of fear! When the two come together, you had better beware! Here it comes! The most unbearable monster you've
Oh my gosh, shut up, dude. Like he was funny once, maybe. I like the animation of this. I think this is really cool. I like this. I think he likes bears, do you think?
Soar on wings of courage. Talents ready for the rebellion. I Xyz Summon. Witness the ascent of rank 4 Raid Raptor Rise Falcon.
I like the voice. Ah, this is a really good one too. That's a really cool one too. I like the bird screech or whatever it's called. Yeah, verb. The sensor scissors in Fright 4. Wait, hold on. I didn't realize. They are not censored. Oh, do you mean that they don't have a? Oh, in the card. Okay. I guess they are kind of censored.
Direct your gaze to the skies above. I present to you a swinging star performer, Xyz Summon. Here's rank 4, Performance Trapeze Magician.
Okay. I like this one. Not a very big fan of the design, but the way that it just moves is really cool. Sounds like Pegasus, kinda.
Appear.
Not yet. Wait, that's it? No Sark? No Sark? Sark is not in the game yet. No Sark yet. No, no, sir. What? What? How do you say it? What? Something like that. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, right now maybe a little bit recency bias, but I think I'm gonna go for Leo Dancer. I hate Luna Lights in Master Duel, but the animation for Leo Dancer really cool, really awesome. Still waiting the Tyler sisters to come before Sark. I don't even know who those are. Alpha have very little characters in Duel Links. Really, it has way more than brains, and Sevens has more than brains. Interesting. We'll get there next time. Don't worry. That's my streamer. What do you dislike about Luna Lights? I don't like Luna Light Liger Dancer because it's hard to out for me in particular. And it's just a tower that is like untargetable, and it has a lot of attack, and it can destroy your opponent's monsters. So me personally, I don't like it. I like the cars, like the designs are really cool, right? I just don't like Liger Dancer in Master Duel. Okay, that's, yeah. Did someone say Amazones? Sister are the Amazones. Oh. Did we have that in this for Mai? I don't think we did, right? I think she had only the Harpy ladies. I think. Yeah, only Harpy ladies. Okay. Okay, chat. Well, let me know your favorite. For me is, I think, Leo Dancer. I think I really like how the mask breaks and how the camera like pans around. That was really awesome. Pans. Oh no. Raging Dragon was also really cool. Raging Dragon was a really good one too. Oh, wait. I forgot about this. Starving Venom was also really cool, and I really like the voice line. That was super long for no reason. But if it's a super poly target, I am biased. I don't know what to tell you. This is also up there. Definitely top 3. Next to, I don't know. Nice, top 2. Top 2. So yeah. Luna Light for no reason in particular. Yeah, of course. Alright, chat. I think that's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope you enjoy it, and I will oh my god! What are 42 people doing here, dude? Did you already subscribe? Did you already subscribe? Wait, we picked at 49 people in chat. I didn't realize. I thought we were like 15 people or something. Interesting. Chat, don't go yet. You already went away. What am I even talking about? You're already gone. Let me see if we can raid someone. Do you want to meet another creator? Oof. Can we? Yeah, I think this one is fine. All right, chat. I will see you next time. Oh, we're playing Legacy of the Duelist on. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Smoke Adrian. Yeah, we're gonna raid someone, and I will see you next time. Okay, bye. I will play Duel Links at some point. I promise. I will play one day. Right? I don't know when, but at some point. Bye everyone. Bye. Wait. Anyone will be watching will be sent here. Yes.